Spoon, television. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to the spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moroccan, to the spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to the spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You from Punjab, Maryland, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. If you eat my crazy like my brother, to the spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You want to get a news update, to the spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, somebody. Spoon TV. Yes, somebody. Spoon TV. Spoon. Bala, Spoon entertainment.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stan Turner with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South Bend. On the beat.
To get your information. To the spoon to be fine. Spoon television. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to the spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moroccan, to the spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to the spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You from Punjab, Maryland, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. If you eat my crazy like my brother, to the spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You want to get a news update, to the spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Klibaba, klibaba, klibaba. What I want? Yes, what you want? Yes, what you want? To get your information, for the food to be done. Smooth, smooth, smooth television. Smooth, smooth, smooth. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to you and know. The children crying for starvation, just don't trust me. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't trust me. You want to know what is happening, my brother, don't trust me. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't trust me.
Okay, just on the spawn, you will know. You will definitely know what's happening in Liberia. Good evening and a pleasant welcome to yet another edition of the Spawn Talk, a very, very captivating one.
You from Maryland to the Spawn.
Today is Wednesday, the 4th day of the month of February 2026. Welcome. And of course, my name is Yekezi Zubel, sitting in tonight. It's your producer in the state of Diamond Slanger. So welcome, and let's have a wonderful, wonderful time together. It's 25 minutes on the flip side of 8 o'clock. So we begin the show with the Speak Your Mind segment. The segment that gives you the opportunity to call in and tell us what's on your mind. So you'll be calling us shortly once we declare the lines opened, telling us what you make of some of the national training issues in the country. What do you make of some of the happenings in your various communities? Welcome, and let's have a wonderful time together. The numbers are 0777 7710750, 0777 7710750, 101075. Those are the numbers to put you through here this evening on the show. Call us and have your say this beautiful Wednesday evening. It's midweek, and let's get it rolling for you. Let's talk to this first person on the line. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yes, good evening to Spoon FM family, and good evening to my peace-loving people of the Republic of Liberia, and good evening to you, dear brother Yekezi Zigbe Institute in Liberia. The need remain constant to the beautiful Wednesday evening, brother Yekezi Zigbe. Actually, what on my mind, brother Yekezi Zigbe, this great Wednesday evening is this Justice Complex Pairing. the government is saying that they are allocated 20 millions to build complex, just state complex ministry. That's not going to benefit Mabedu, Papromo, Payapagro, whatever place they are. What you supposed to do at the kind of economy we are in? People are going to be hungry. Let me discussing the bread and butter issue. You could divert that money to the economy or infreeze that money to the economy so that Mabelu, Papromo, and other Liberians will benefit for it. Improve the health sector, improve the educational sector, improve the economy. The money should be in circulation. That would be 40. But going to post structure down is no indication to the livelihood of the Liberian people. But the question
Thank you very much. So
money for before there's no budget for this past donations the government to operate in that.
thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Thank God for there's a Paco from Yama.
Marco, let's hear you.
Happy New Year.
Same to you.
Thank you so much to my Spoon family. Thank God to the Honorable Water Spoon. God be with you. Oh, wow, my man. Go to the land where you just pray down. Look, let me tell you something. Thank God you can be the show to weed the Liberian. They land the pray now coming far from it. Craig will not be taking people with those and because the president. Craig too better with the president. Craig too better with all representatives. The people are waiting at this. You are former representative. Honorable Craig can do things and now go. Bro, let me tell you something. See the country now. Everything is very important. This spoon. I all come to you. See the today. See the road nowhere. See what Minister Kenya doing. Back at deep and go see Congo Town. See the overhead bridge. See our can do the Minister of Finance. What we say with that create everything in the place. Go over spoon nowhere and crossing. Go for 18 years. When you take for 28.
Baco, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Baco. For making a point, let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah,
good evening. Let's hear you.
The devil came to seek you and destroy, but Christ came to give life, not just life, but give life and only. You see, our president today campaign time told us that it calls for him to get power in prophetic terms with the devil. So that is really a lot of discussion going all around the city. See, today, what happened to our president is sitting and looking. You are the happy in the country. We're not praying for evil, but wow, what we are doing in the government is too terrible. Wow.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, hello. Good evening, Yagazi.
Good evening. Let's hear you out.
Yeah, my name is Peter. Today, come on, you are radio man calling from Pinley.
Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, Yagazi, the mistake we need to president, the greatest president of Labrador, the only president I think public. Yagazi, at least today now, Yagazi, when you can't really, you pass really and the light. I did people no longer buying budget in the putting Chinese letters, sir. But at least now from there to go straight, people, the whole place is right. From here, there is straight right, the place is right. So that they kind of thing we want to see for the government, because the government, people voted for the government untouchable. At least President Boga, only if you did now today, you go buy motor bag now, you get half bag of red, one get on gas, umbrella, lock, everything attached to it. But on the past, you couldn't see that. I didn't know the government adjusting the prayer for the issue. You look at the legislature, you look at the rest, you look at the year rate, you look at the gap press, all the prayer for the issue is what the president lay on a so that they will do that for the people and you put the higher picture ever in 2 years.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
How you doing?
Okay, let's hear you out.
It's still about calling from Canasville.
Let's hear you from Garnersville.
My concern is the traffic management
traffic management is not doing well for us. And it's one of the things that the government is overlooking, and we just want to go with it when the time is not getting reached. Kwame Nkrumah is not the one that we voted for. The police is not doing well for us. If they keep embarrassing us, now when you go in the street, you will see two license plates in the street. But if they cannot take traffic management in the street, we are waiting to vote against this government. To be very frank with you.
Thank you. Thanks for calling. Thanks for making your point.
Yagazi, call me off. I'm pretty much just call me off.
Hello. Yes, I mean,
yeah.
So you on for a certain time. We can take you for more than 2 minutes. There are other calls that are waiting on the line, so we can't hold one person for too long. So when you call, you just go straight to the point, hit the nail on the top, and get done. For others to make their input as well. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from. Hello? Hello, are you there?
Yeah, this is Oscar Gwenko from Gomba City.
Oscar, let's hear you from Gomba City.
You can see what Omar have to do with the finance ministers and that of the Deputy Minister for Information, Sano.
Okay.
You can see, I think the Liberia people elected President Boakai so they can benefit from the government. But over the time, we have seen that the officials of government who sort of make Liberians to feel happy, they are making mockeries out of Liberians. Like for instance, the Minister of Finance, he went out there in the studio addressing some issues concerning the Southern, the president address, saying that Liberian people say that they're going to create Ministry of Bread and Butter so they can benefit. And Dana went through and started saying that Modo Rala, whosoever in Liberia, they are employed, they are working. Now, the water and soil director. Yakazi is ungrateful, it's discouraging that we, Nimania, voted for the government 95% of the population. And now we are seeing the government officials who need to make Liberians benefit and making mockery out of Liberians. It's very ungrateful. If President Boakai that about the leadership that he made so became available by resigning and handing the leadership to the deputy.
Thank you. Let's talk to another person on this our international line. Hello, your name and where you join us from. Hello.
How you doing?
I'm good, and you?
Oh, I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking.
Okay, let's hear you.
I'm calling from Bismarck, North Dakota.
Please go ahead.
I listened to some of our brothers talking. I followed social media, the news in Liberia. I know people are saying the government is doing well. That's fine. But I think some decision the government is taking is going to embarrass the government. Because when you are a government, you are a government in progress. You have to be able to mitigate crisis when crisis come out. But if you encourage, say, the rule of law, they got plenty of people on the street sleeping outside today. These are people that voted for this government. Now, when you have government, you come in up here and tell the person that give us time, give them time. Because if you put all the family outside, it fall right back on the government. They're not blaming the person who put in the outside. Once they see a sheriff there with the police enforcing the law, it falls right back on the government. So there's a need that government mitigate some of these land dispute and say, hold on here, let this country set up. Like right now, set up yellow. That's a fragile country. We have to have job for all our citizens. Majority of our citizens before going to what we're doing now. Demolishing people places that they built, and the person got to go out there and find a place to go sleep and sleep on the street with children. It doesn't all go well for the outside world. That's not how you do development. Development is helping to provide jobs for your citizens, empowering them, and telling them, okay, go and find somewhere there and live. But you put the person outside, you got nowhere to go.
Thank you.
That's what it's demolition. And people think it's good.
Thank
But
you.
it's not good for the government record.
Thank you.
Very much, everybody.
Thank you very much for calling. Let's talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from. Hello, are you there?
How are you?
I'm okay. Let's hear you.
Yeah, Reverend Wright from Atherton. Yeah, my concern has to do legacy of Atherton Road. Look, a lot of the government has forgotten about the whole District 17 rural Masorel County. The only thing hope we can now because it is in a dry season. But I tell you, our road and will soon be in the rainy season. Our road and team need to be looked after. Can you imagine? We're right in the hard road, yeah, right to the hard road. We are part of the hard road up until now. Since the hard road was built and completed in 1965, we have not gotten quarry in Atherton. You see, with that, our concern is that we're in the dark part of Liberia. We're wondering whether Atherton, whether we are Atherton starting to something, whether it is just part of Liberia. We actually cut off.
Okay.
You can't even see a tire on a motorbike with you to go more. This is our concern. So we are acting as public minister, we are acting as district and representative, we are acting all here. So please look at the road to bring some relief and development to us. We're begging, we are suffering, got a lot of children here too, and our women.
Thank you very much. Thanks for speaking your mind this beautiful Wednesday evening. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from.
Yeah. Good evening, Yakasi.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
For the recognition, I'm Fasu Command, and I call from one of the ambience or UP Intellectual Bureau. I want to speak to an issue that have to do with the transportation fare. Once again, I think the sector play a key role in the RS agenda. Proponent of the bread and butter issue. Because it has to do with the movement of people here and there, the movement of goods. So when people pay, when the citizens of the country or commuter pay high transportation fare, this thing have to increase the burden on the ordinary people. And I think the entity responsible to efficiently regulate the transport sector is the transport ministry. That the statute that created the transport ministry. But we have come to the realization that people who are at the echelon leadership in that ministry are now working diligently to improve the sector. On our Selitala today, people are paying huge sum of money to commute from place to place. Rescue is a holistic, so you can't rescue. All sectors should be rescued. So I believe Selitala is sabotaging the RS agenda.
Thank you.
We want to call President Baka to look in that direction to call you on the issue of the traffic left.
I'm sorry, Pastor. You have to call tomorrow to do that. We have others on the line. There are others who want to make their contributions as well. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from. Hello.
Hello, Yagazi.
Hello, let's hear you out. Your name and where you join us from.
Yeah, thank you so much, Yagazi. This is George Mova from GSA with this 15 months of party. So my Yagazi, number one, I just want to comment President for a hard work and the Vice President Jeremiah Kum for the hard work and all the government officials. I honor President Baka working in this country. We should not marry not in the market. We get the people say here the party of Jensi Buka. But who did not cut the ones for the government, especially Akara Grade? What I can spoon nowhere to net? What I can spoon nowhere? I get Akara Grade because go out there radio station. You know, Akara Grade not in this country. Akara Grade not politician. They don't want to steal a lot of money to go and lot of friends in the other places. So we get Akara Grade one side and mobile money. So we look for good law to develop the country. The reason why go Ghana, Africa, Cameroon, they put very big, they crack. Development go up. The reason, I want to go Ghana. Why reason want to go Ghana for? I can't agree. Why reason want to go Ghana for? Mobile model. They put together a country. But you look for people, going on men, to get people on the street. But the president, I try to tell them, President Baka is a good leader. Mistake. We'll quote. So we are there. Then the people that don't have.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, but if you get this one, you get this one.
The name is Suwogbe. Let's hear you. Let's hear you.
You guys are going to show to line of 0.4 to this specific geographical location. You guys see why from my mind, you guys how to do it. My CEO state of water. CEO, yeah, we got to see CEO like Tabu Rasta. The board I believe in the CEO, the board I believe in the school talk. CEO, I said I told you I can see the goal example. I want to come back. The all the services and the group of the present CEO, know that. There are no that will say CEO, the one that know that. And I want to say that I had to knock it. And I'm not getting because I don't want to do that in the energy. I feel the CEO listening to me right now, I'm speaking the energy. So I'm not a CEO, they are sitting down to go to school. And say CEO don't get your children don't make them go to school. They're sitting down. I think I was going to school and they're sitting down. Yes, CEO.
Sabu, thank you very much for calling.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, I'm Jones K. Betty calling from Japanese Freeway.
Yeah, Jones, let's hear you.
Just see our call. Where is the warhead Paco spoke of? You know, it's so sad in this country when people come to this very, very big platform and spread falsehood. We do not have overhead bridge. We are trying to build an overhead bridge. That's it. That's the information. And you'll be honest, this government hasn't done anything to intervene as to what occurred at CETA. Though the law is the law, but where do you kill those people? Let Paco put in a case. He let say, where will you kill the people? And the 3.5 million, the representative God who said the law is the law, where did he get the money from to give to the people as compensation? It's sorry for this nation one. It was happening to your neighbor and you support it. Not our grace talking to go back. He cannot. God, we have someone there for sales here. But he's speaking on behalf of the people. There should have been ample time given to those people to ensure they have a better place to relocate before you kill your demolition process. When you cannot get demolition, you have money. I don't know how many plus who, and you get 3.5 million. What it is, that's a very, very little money. It cannot do anything for those people. You are made homeless.
Thank you.
That's our point of argument. So
thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Okay, let's hear you from the old road.
Thank you so much. Thank God to my president. I thank God to my father president. I can what people say, my word, the country cool and do the cool work for the Latvian people. Just that we can see some. I was also taking pay on time. I will come and work up going to Western, Eastern, all no Buka Tenzo. Thank God so much. What people calling that the people private land, they now come and fair. They are coming to clean the country food. No one will spoon now will be talking all about things about the country. We all got to pay the country in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you very much for calling us. Talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, I got Julius.
Julius, let's hear you, please.
To be to the point, see some of the away, go local race, they are way to come back. We also went to vote and come back on to be percent district.
Julius, you've got to be audible, please.
Yeah, I have to be sometimes for good to go in for this listen, then we support no one to outdraw us when they are also to go and come back. But the way the comment is peaceful, no comment is able to improve everybody, but the comment is peacefully some of us get to they are voting this government because if we do get to was something like that, we will carry on normal business with money person, but the management is embarrassing or too much that we don't even want to see how on the government.
Thank you. Thank you, Julius. Even though your line was kind of clamoring, but let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, this Adama Kane on Legacy. The Adama Kane remain a very small fan so you can eat corn a year.
Oh, Adama, welcome. Let's hear you.
Legacy, I just thank you for the government. The only thing that made me feel fat Legacy that more I don't be more some of these are.
Adama, your line is breaking. Your line is breaking. I don't know what's the cost. You just want to do some adjustment to call us back?
Man.
Yeah, please do. We aren't getting you. Please do so. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
How you doing, my brother? I'm Abraham Dio calling from GSA Road, Rahul.
Okay, let's hear you.
Yeah, I want to talk with my boss, Mo Ali. He did well for the Egyptian people, GSA Road. But what happened? He don't owe us on houses, so somehow we not get water yet. So I beg him, he promised that you're going to come back, you're going to send his team to come back. So I'm asking him, let me send his team, we want water. Yeah, I beg him.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for making your input. Thank you for speaking your minds here. This evening, this is the Spawn Talk, your most captivating, most insightful nighttime show from Odious Congo Town in Monrovia, Liberia. The time is 12 minutes, climbing up to 9 o'clock. And welcome to the Speak Your Minds segment. That's a segment on which you are given the opportunity to call in, say what's on your minds, speak to some of the trending national issues in the country, and also, flag some of those burning issues within your various communities. So the time is now. Call us on 0777 77 1075, 0777 77 1075, 0555 101075 are the numbers to put it through this beautiful Wednesday evening. Let's go back to the lines. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello, Yakasi, how you doing?
I'm okay. Let's hear you.
My name is John Memo. I'm calling from Garnersville, Chocolate City, Garnersville.
Okay, Memo, please go ahead. Let's hear you out.
Yes, I started the campaign here last night, and thank God it was my first time to even call on the station. I have issue with the insurance company that is taking care of Moses teachers. I know teachers being covered by the insurance company. They call it SAAR, capital SAAR, all capital letters. Their head offices are on Broad Street up the hill. They're almost opposite UBA Bank. Yeah, guys, he said we started with our project during the beginning of job. We have government. I've been to hospital one time. Once every month, it takes 15,000 from us. The medical slip. We are 49, 52, 49 to 52 in our school, but they can say 25 slip. We can't cover all of us, and they continue to do it. They continue to do it like that. So my concern is why they are cutting money from all of us who are dependents with us on their forms. They can't give, for me, they can't give me sleep. Since 2021, I've not got sleep from that place. I've been to hospital once every year. They take money every month. They have been doing it up to 2026. Even this month that ended. So I'm appealing.
Thank you.
Spoon your head to find out why they are doing all that. They did not give me all the money.
Thank you.
They are not allowing us to benefit from what they are cutting for us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for calling. Thanks for making your contribution. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, Adama Kane member United by Intellectual Bureau. Now according and said the government doing well. They told Moali bring on the station that I make some more feedback to say we borrow man, Keke man, the social that the government provide. When business that didn't pay for all. we are saying now, we are support the government and so on, all will lose. So that one, I cannot turn on Mali. It's working. It's working. If we're not working, as if the government made a mistake, don't scan all of that. We supported the and the government will succeed. Care what other people say, the government will succeed. And you guys see, I beg you now, you guys. Yeah.
Kane, you there? Kane, are you there? Okay, I don't know what's going on with Kane's line, but let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello? Okay, let's skip this person. Hello? Good evening. How are you?
Thank you, Chief.
Jimmy, let's hear you.
So, we need to call stay. You need to party for all of people. The country is hard. Today, another simulation around the MTA community. What kind of crime will bring power like that going around? Possible. Somebody say the law is the law. If the law is the law, why do you need to party chairman for them the simulation exercise? Why do they nobody but you never even lie and say yes? They should be. Legacy is bad. And some of us need to raise it. Some of us don't have a very deep platform. Legacy is bad. So free. Once you women and children, why are they laying out today? He said that. Now, other people saying at the point, you talk about the Legacy. Let's see a major government popular. Even though I wanted to move in power, but they are attributed to possible Legacy. The poor are suffering. So they get another community that they're homeless. I can't do whatever in the country. So we made people homeless Legacy. So tell them what I put in the flag. Start to the CEO. That is never flag. Come and stop the poor. President Baga is suppressing the for 2 months. Now we are addressing Buga. But when President Baga is here, let's way and stop our people. Legacy. Tell people about them, man. They're going to pile up coming there. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for calling and thanks for making your contribution. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello, Yakevi. I'm Stanley Smith and I'm calling you from a Ria resident.
Let's hear you, Stanley.
Yakevi, actually, we see when people are crying in your name as a president of government, it's good you intervene. That's why the people elected you for, that's why you have the country money running it to help the people. You see, it's quite unfortunate when people try to compare Ghana, development with Liberia. The amount of horses that this government is breaking down, the amount of places. If they are building the places, those places erecting structures, but now Liberia said it will be more far better than Ghana. But people are crying in your knee. You can see people who voted for you, they are crying in your knee, but you don't care. Just as a government, don't care about them. You can see these people. Today they are crying in your name. 2020 now can you cry in your name and they will not listen to you. That's how they're going to put you out. If our judge will tell me, I'm very sure Joe will have intervened. But this government is fearless, heartless. They don't care about the people that elected them, and they will pay the price 2029. See people, women crying. Look at the lady who said she is sick. Look at that woman's condition. She actually sick. But this government is sitting down some family and they don't care at all as if to say nothing happening to its citizens. It's quite unfortunate, my brother.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for calling. So, yeah, the CEO is on. Good evening and welcome.
Yes, how you doing?
I'm great. I'm okay.
You can hear me?
I can hear you, CEO.
Oh, okay. But getting feedback. How's everything?
I'm good.
Everything okay? The family fine? We wish your family well, man.
Yeah, sure. The family's good.
Thank God for that. I heard people calling my name. I can see. What did I do?
The people say you brought government to power and the government is not doing the right thing.
I guess we had a conversation yesterday. Hey, my people. A bad thing now for us to beg you and say that face the country. We face the country. We got to, I can see. We bring in the power in, do the right thing, we take them from power. We got to face this country, I can see. We have to. Bobby Charge. Hey, my sister Bobby, how you doing? Kevin Kamara. Hey, Kevin, what's up? Victor is here, though, my people. Victor Tatos Lago. Beatrice Tipla. Beatrice, I don't know why the people calling my name. Everybody calling my name, I can see. You can see. I mean, yeah, because what really they want me to do? Derek Dimland, what you guys want me to do? You joining me way Grand Crew, Derek. What you want me to do? Vera, what is? I mean, look at people are still calling. What are they calling my name for? Let me see who's this. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Hello? A person calling a dead or the thing doing pum pum. Hello? I mean, you live or I put you on speaker or the show on. What is it? Oh, the man hang up.
Open a base situation.
I open in situation. Justina Connor. I thought this girl knew what Justina Gatti. What she said, Justina Connor again from Upper Dappy. Where? Is that different person here? Hey, Tipos, Mr. Dempster himself watching. He said the boom breaker. Ambassador Praise, Kaido. Ambassador, how you doing? And we got everybody coming on. Everybody coming on. Just share the show, man. Let's make progress. Who they got? Remember, you got gray hair? Or like the light, the reflection of the light. You got gray hair?
The gray hair plenty.
Oh, go like that, let me see.
They didn't blend it. I think all water blaze. Yeah.
Oh, but I ain't got no gray hair. Look at my head. I ain't got no gray hair.
Well, you let Sabu be there now.
No, but why? I'm not looking for gray hair. I've been looking all over. I'm looking for gray hair. You know, I actually used to be looking for gray hair anyway. That mean my business. I was about to put myself in trouble again, Kanye. I'll let you talk about Fatima. That Fatima can be looking for gray hair. But I won't get myself in trouble. Let me leave that alone.
Yeah.
Kanye, what's up? Long time, man. How you doing?
Oh, very well, very well. You know, we're constantly on the move, but it's good to be back. We are firmly a part of this team here. So sometimes we may fall in the background when there are things to be done, and then we come back. So now we're back. So it's great to be back on.
No, it's good. It's good to have you, Kanye. Seriously, you're a great addition to this team. You know, I like to see you and Councilor Gu and Emmanuel George, Dr. Richardson, Dr. Boble, everybody with BB Tattoo, Dr. and Councilor. There you go. Everybody get BB Tattoo, man.
My daughter not big, man. Don't mind that thing. In fact, I come into the
You Councilor, Kanye Bala. You know, you Councilor.
Yeah.
You do a lot, though, man. Thanks a lot. I saw some of your programs, and I think that it well deserved. You're imparting, you know, folks from different sectors, and that's good. We're proud of you. Thank you. With our government, opposition, imposition, I think we all need to do that which is right for Liberia. And I'm thinking, let's talk a little bit about. We saw you in Grand Jida, right? When the vice president visited Grand Jida, correct?
Absolutely, I was there.
So, what was it? What took you there?
Well, as you followed the program, right? The vice president had gone on behalf of the president to dedicate. There was this hospital that was built by the Germans, I believe. I don't know the history very well. Sorry, I'm trying to connect it nicely here. By the Germans, so the vice president had gone. And I also was in country involved with a number of other things. So I thought it was also a good opportunity to go to Grand Jida and do my other stuff. And as they say, proverbially kill two birds with one stone. So it so happened too that I think it was a great opportunity to be there at the same time as the vice president and to also avail myself to partake in the activities that were happening on the ground. So that's how I.
So you didn't go with his team though. Your initial program was with the vice president.
Well, I mean, I tend to follow up to see how things are proceeding. So I was quite aware that he will be there. But if you say you travel with the vice president, I like to be very particular. The vice presidency is an institution, right, that leads in a particular way. So those who are part of his entourage travel with him. I also travel to Grand Jida, and like I said, was also very much, interested in what was happening in his being there and the good things that he did there. But I can say that hours apart.
Okay.
You know,
I mean, it's unique. But you guys achieved something. The message went further in Grenjida.
I think so. You know, the vice president is a very impactful individual, at least based on, you know, what I observe, and very hands-on in terms of how he engages. And that is something that every leader needs, you know, how to very quickly engage, assess the situation, and move forward. Interestingly, since the elections, the president has not been to Grenjida County. So the vice president going to Grenjida in many ways was also very symbolic because he was representing the president. But not only that, I think it grew beyond the representation of the president to become an interaction with Grenjidians. So he did the former thing, which was dedicate the hospital on behalf of the president and bring word from the president. But then after that, there was a series of other interventions that were had in the county where he met with people in various towns and committed to, you know, improving services, met people in civil society and talked about some of the challenges in the counties and what he would do. Talk about the road condition again that has improved, but also committing the government's effort to bring in the yellow machines and other development when they return later this year. So I think it was very important in the fact that the people of Grenjida are aware that they are not being left behind. I know there were some attempts by some people to try to, you know, to kind of muddy that appearance of what was achieved by, you know, highlighting some other statements, but it's to be expected. Inter-county politics will exist. The vice president didn't create inter-county politics, but in terms of what he did and how he engaged with the people, I can tell you for a fact that the feedback is genuinely positive, and there are a lot of things that are on the table. In fact, people were so excited when they heard that Putu Mines, I mean, this year, Putu Mines is going to be active and there are going to be jobs.
I can just interrupt here. I was still not talking about Putu Mine yet. To tell you the truth, at the appropriate time, I want to put it up. You know, the Liberian people then, you know, bidding for it, the situation, the hiccup along the way. But I respect the process, though. I think it wouldn't be fair to allow the process to go ahead with the Putu Mine discussion. Then we inform the people accordingly. Right now, if we get involved, you know, with the discussion, you know, I think we'll muddy the water. We got our forces. The forces of darkness is playing here. And that's how we read the book, Deliver Us from the Power of Darkness. When it comes to Putu Mine, there's darkness. At the top of the mine, there's total darkness. And the Grenjadians and Liberians all got to be delivered from that power. So everybody that want to be part of take a piece of the pie, we got to be very careful because we are sitting over almost 4 billion something. And the estimate is looking good, seriously.
That's true. That's true. I mean, like you said, CEO, we can only hope, you know, that in the soonest possible time, and that was the assurance, without speaking about, you know, the substance of the agreement, that was the assurance that the Honorable Vice President gave the people of Grenjida. In fact, he mentioned some of the derivative, you know, services that can come, trucking, catering, all of those things that power an economy. And he was advising and encouraging that, you know, citizens of the Southeast and Grenjida start to prepare for that massive deployment of investment that is coming to that part of the country. And I think he connected, you know, in a very great way.
We listened to him, right? And tell you you were there. I want to bring in Kev Hassan. Welcome to the show. Jacob Jara, welcome. Legacy, it's good that you're producing for us today. We appreciate you. I want to say thank you. I want us to get into this because we know everybody coming on is 906, 406 here. But the Putu Mine story, though, I really, really want us to, you know, discuss it, but I really want to give it time. Because it's bigger, it's deeper. We know that Putu Mine story came up during the George Manawaya government. We know the involvement of the Russian, you know, and other key players in the country now, those are fronting for it. You know, we have some document. I don't want to go ahead, you know, and start explaining this thing, the people of Grand Judah and Liberia as a whole, that can build a whole city, that can build our country. Everything, every deposit, mineral deposit in there. So the government shouldn't be careless to cut sugar for their own personal gain. And that's why I'm putting things together. Because, listen, moving towards, even if the government can do it this time, let's pray the next government do it. If anybody get involved, I'm saying, because the money new we're hearing say, if you talk about 4-point-something billion, then people looking for $40 million, you just know that they are not ready, you know. But I'm not going there. Don't push me before I start calling money here. Right? Let's welcome our friend Kefiko. What's up, my man? How you doing? Kanye is here though, and I've been back since 3 months.
The man I even want me to talk plenty. I just came back. He was here all along. He still won't talk. Anyway, go ahead, okay.
Hey, Jesus. Well, let me say hi to everybody. So, why are you wasting our time? Seriously? Kind of went to Grand Judah because of engagement. Hey, man, don't let me step on the ball hustle. Don't do that. I said to myself, right? Things are difficult these days. If somebody on the hustle, leave them alone, right? He did the same hustle with the LP, the CDC. Now he's doing a hustle. The man hustle is real. You asking the man that question, and he tell you the man went Grand Judah for anything. The man went Grand Judah to eat the VP. The man finished eating the VP. Now you want?
You know that Kanye is from Grand Judah, right?
Kind for Grand Judah, but that's why he carried the VP, telling the VP that I will carry you there. I will bring the people for you. That's exactly. You know, he can't do it in Nimba because you know he have Nimba there, right? The VP will say, no, that's too much now. I can do myself. He said, you know what, let me carry you to Grand Judah. Don't waste our time here, man.
Okay.
Not see what they went there for.
Let me welcome Chicken Chala.
Carry on my ball. I know it's on my ball.
So can I carry the VP by here one time?
No, you cannot carry. You want to try that y'all bomb, man.
Oh God.
Let me carry you. That kind of solo, that's speed. That's solo speed. Solo, drop solo speed. That kind of speed.
Jacob, welcome to the show, man. Jacob, I'm carrying today, man. It's good to see you, Jacob.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also very elated, very glad to be on again today. We've been having some real great shows lately. I'm looking forward to it again today. As I always like to start, I bring you warm greetings from the Citizens Movement for Change, CMC, and from our political leader, Mr. Musa Hassan Bility. Yes, our party is doing great work. Today we were in Johnsonville. The political leader was there on the Federation of Madingos in the USA Musa hospital project. We, as a party, and Musa Bility made a donation of material worth around $36,000 United States dollars for the construction of this hospital that is intended to serve communities and Liberians, vulnerable Liberians, provide, highly needed health care and public health support for our communities in Johnsonville and abroad. So yes, so we're very happy to be here today from CMC perspective, and we look forward to doing more and more great work, and of course contributing to the political dialogue of our country. We have views, and we're happy to come on a Spoon platform and speaking to hundreds of thousands of Liberians in Liberia and abroad, and sharing our perspective on these issues. So yes, I'm happy to be here again today, Stanton.
Jacob, thank you very much. It's good to have you. I'm happy to have you and Councillor Kanyo on. I know it will be a spirited show. It will be very interesting, folks. You need to share this thing. Where I am, I'm so hungry. I've been working since 6 o'clock this morning.
It's too much, but we are grateful to sit here and give the Liberian people one of the best. We got a lot to discuss on. Let's bring in our friend, our brother, the Chief Phoebe Franklin Apma Herons.
Yeah, so good evening, and we look forward to a good show today. I was just asking, I don't know, nobody want to, my man get very each time ask them some important question. The $10 million project for the City of Hope, how many children are giving hope to? We need that. Because the bidding, I think they said the bidding plenty for the children are there. So, so we need some clarity on our whole facility. I hope they're not going to BSP that they got it running over there. But we look forward to a good show today. We'll see our men down there with my Sabu friend, Vanny Juru. Yeah, we're looking forward to getting some information from you.
But what we're bringing in the City of Hope, we got free time. Let's talk some Tabata. Don't get into the conversation. One of which will be the demolition. What's going on? The government making everybody homeless now. You got no land. You got nowhere to stay. You do your own with God. I mean, the political effect, I want us to talk about it. We'll open the line. I'm hearing that NTA community, the Boston people home. It started with District 17. We talk about Hotel Africa. The investor yet to come, but the Boston people home. We talk about Satan. Okay, we talk about Capital Junction. What about the AFL, around the AFL barrier? Painesville, I think that's the 72nd. What's going on? What are we doing as a country? The government will just sit back and people be displaying their own home. The government should just sit back and mothers and children have nowhere to go but sleep on the street. What's going on as a good government? What do we have for government? So I'm glad that we have this conversation today. It's far from politics though. But for you to come and throw the job of a City of Hope, tell about how many bedrooms and they got 25 students, man, I'm surprised that you're going that way, my brother. I think you should be applauding, apart from the investigation, you should be celebrating a good idea. You're making a lot of money, send 2 students, sponsor them. City of Hope will take them. I mean, people got to be sponsoring students, right?
I don't have a problem with the vision. The vision is good. The vision was not embraced by the president, who had a mandate to embrace that vision and ensure that he runs it across the entire country for public schools. But you can't invest $10 million in that kind of facility just for 25 students. I disagree with that at all.
Yeah, but when carefully watching his show, then you will come in. I would say this to you though, Chief. Make no mistake, Phoebe. That place, you can add students, you can empower the young babies. Seriously, it can be a great mission, a great foundation. After the investigation is over, I think every Liberian should contribute. The idea was brilliant. And I hope we can have so many of them in the country. If there is nothing on them that is still government resources, people should applaud the former First Lady. People should celebrate her. If Jawea had no vision, there would be no City of Hope. Because I believe his wife asked him, the wife shared the ideas with him. That's part of Jawea's vision, right? You think she did it all by herself?
No, that was just for that thing to happen. That was for that thing to happen. And I go, we have vision.
So I'm asking you, do you think she did it all by herself?
No, she got some support from the government. She got some support from We Have Friends. But I mean, that was not a vision.
She got support from Jawea Friends. She got support from Jawea himself.
The support from the government, after the government going after.
Phoebe, you're well intelligent. You listen to yourself. The woman sleeping with her husband in the same house. You are telling us the woman gets support from everybody, but not her husband. That you might believe?
No, he linked her. I mean, 1 minute. He linked her with a friend to get support. That one, like a contribution. But I mean, that one had a vision. He didn't care to say, this is something that I can replicate across the country to public schools. And that's why he missed out. It was a very good vision from her. He should have held on to it and ensure that Liberians at large benefited across the country. But he didn't do that. That's my point.
Okay, so let's take a ride on this one. We'll go to Councillor, we'll go to our brother Jacob, and then Kev will close out on this, because I disagree with you though. My wife would do nothing without my approval. I can do something without approval because I'm a man. I will sneak out and do my thing. But with the kind of professionalism and discipline and respect that woman possesses, I think she talked to her husband prior to even coming up with that vision. Councillor, what do you think? Well, what say you?
Well, I think it's an interesting conversation. But before I weigh in very quickly, I don't let certain things to fester. It's important to correct the narrative before it becomes rabid and start infecting other people. I know Kev doesn't care. He can insult anybody. So Kev's known for that. But I would not be on the platform and watch him tacitly insult the vice president by claiming that somebody is perpetuating a hustle against the vice president. The vice president is a very smart and industrious man, and he's leading exemplarily. Nobody is hustling on him. The fact that he went to Grand Jide, he prioritized Grand Jide. There's a man who, even during the elections, when I was on the other side, campaigned in Grand Jide under strenuous circumstances, and he's gone back there. So I don't want to open a Pandora about Grand Jide being, underserved and sidelined that I started before. This is not a time for it. But what I want to respond to here is that the vice president is a very smart and very diligent and level-headed man. And when he sees talent and people who can help him further his mission, he engages. And it's not a hustle to him, and neither is it a hustle to anybody yet. Maybe you hustling on George Weah. I don't know, but it's up to you. You can decide what it is. But no one else is hustling like that here. All right. Having said that, let's look at the matter of the Claho Foundation. For me, I'm all about the evidence and giving, my historical proximity with the party, with the former president. When they started before CEO, I told you I wouldn't say much about it. I will watch it play out. I want a meeting that let the evidence speak about all of this. If there is wrongdoing, let it play out in the courts, let the laws be followed, and let everybody be treated equally. They say justice is blind. It's not a respecter of persons. So if the evidence plays out and it's clear, that people are innocent, then let them be innocent. If they are guilty, let them be guilty. What is required is just an open playing field. So that question you asked about where is the support, who supported whom? Phoebe is a finance expert, was studying accounting there later on. Before I left the that accounting business and went to do my different thing. At Stella Maris, they say follow the money. They always say that. And I believe that principle up to today's date, follow the money. You want a narrative, CEO, follow the money. The trail of the money will lead you anywhere you want to go. That's all I would say. So who supported, who didn't support, how they supported, in what shape, form, and manner the support came in. Go to the paperwork and follow the money. It will tell you the story. But the fact of the matter, like I said before, is, if this was done the right way, let the laws, be applied and let vindication follow. If it was done the wrong way, let the laws be applied and let the culpability follow. That would be my position.
Thank you. We got about 8 more minutes to get into our program. Jacob, you want to add anything?
Yes, definitely. I think we explored this topic before, and we subjected it to analysis and perspective in the past. But clearly speaking, it doesn't really matter to me whether we have 25 kids or children or 50. Even one Liberian kid deserves an opportunity at the Claho Foundation. So numerical issue or the number of people here doesn't really matter to me. I think the enrollment will go up as the years come by. I don't know the detail. I don't work with Cloud Hope. I don't know. I never met her in my life. I don't know even where the facility is. But for me, it doesn't really matter. I think 25 Liberian kids, and those 25 Liberian kids can do great things for our country. So in terms of what the enrollment is now, you starting a new school, you're not going to have 10,000 persons in the program at a particular time. You grow your enrollment step by step, stage by stage, time by time. So I don't see that as any issue. In terms of the support, we talk about that. This is the Unity Party is in year 3. They have had all the time in the world to press charges and ask questions and investigate, and to determine as to whether somebody betrayed the public trust in terms of the resources that were used to build the place. And the Unity Party has been on a fishing expedition on this matter, dilly-dallying and there, filing subpoena, asking the Cloud Hope Foundation to produce evidence against themselves. It's been a fantastic waste of our time so far in terms of going. So if you have evidence as a government that somebody took public resources, siphoned public resources to build a facility of that nature, use the evidence and press prosecution, but you can't waste our time here and there and on fishing expedition. So I think the Cloud Hope Foundation is doing a fantastic job as far as I am concerned. I think the government should stop trying to harass this woman who's doing a great job. She should be left alone to continue serving the young people of this country. I mean, those kids, they melt my heart. I mean, we're talking about scientists in training down there, mathematicians in training down there, engineers in training, doctors. And in the next 20 years, when some of us are already very old, those will be the kids taking care of us around there. So I think that's a great, great piece of work of humanity, preparing the future of this country. So Claudia is doing a great job. And I think whatever support ambassador we have provided her, I think he should also be lauded. My political leader, Musa Belete, has also supported the work going on there. I think we donated a brand new pickup truck to support the great work to Liberian children, Liberian kids. So we support that. And First Lady Katumu Bwaka will not be First Lady forever. She will leave as first and become a private citizen. I would never condone anybody trying to harass her for the great work she will be doing under her foundation. So why should people in the Unity Party start getting very insecure and jittery about a 2029 election that will be heavily contested? We promise massive battle along those lines. The battle will come. Don't get scared. Allow Madame to do her work and serve this country. So that's my opinion for that, and that's it.
Thank you.
I remember you in that ball, Jacob.
My brother, Kanye, I'll not waste time to answer you, because if I were you or if I were Jerry, I would sit down. You're smart. Just trying to twist me again. Yes. We call it sub-soap. You just sub-soap the man here right now. Oh, the man that bright man, the man that this. Yo, if that man that was smart man, you know that you eating him. Anyway,
make it just for your microphone. Make it just for your microphone.
Yeah, but I know that the vice president is a complete belly. So well, let me say this to you guys. Sometimes we should sit back and wonder why everything with this government is just breaking down. Just breaking down. Your first achievement is to break down the CDC headquarters. They brag about it. They celebrated. They dance. They post, the official posting on Facebook. The government workers leaving the basic time in office. The Mo Ali. You're posting on Facebook. They say, our pride. And now they're going to the ordinary citizen, making them to become a refugee in their own country. And they on Facebook again telling you It's the law. They're boasting, they're proud of it, they're enjoying it, they're smiling. They're going home in the nice, good bed with the children. They're laying down beside the children. They're giving the children good bed. But why other people who voted for them, the children outside? You saw the picture with the woman feeding the baby outside on the broken home that they demolished. More children in private school. God taking them. They're going to the best of best. But they told them that we're here to rescue you. Can you see that? Can you, Stefan?
No, we're not on the demolition yet. Let's talk about Claudia. We finished with Claudia. We started showing.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. That's where I'm going now.
We gotta get to the topic of the demolition.
Yeah. That's what I'm going.
To Claudia.
So what I'm saying is, the next thing is to break down the Claudia Foundation. So I would just bring in that. You see, they're talking about 20 people. They're on Facebook to the 20 people, too much building, and this is to break it down. That's what I said. Why are they always enjoying breaking down things? They're not going after Claudia Foundation because because they don't have anything. It would dare them to come up with anything. Because they're asking them to bring something. You bring something. Check up. They're asking them, bring me your evidence so I can use it against you. Not that because they want to break down the city of hope. Period. It's nothing else. It's to break it down.
Thank you. Let me close up on this Claudia conversation that was brought up by Fubi. Let's be fair. If there's anything that was done wrongly and the government see reason to go after the foundation, fine. Now you got to understand the government is going after the Claudia Foundation. Fine. If there's nothing, we're in year 3, man. We got to move. What's the benefit, Chico? When imposition said, but she get only 20 students or 25 students. What's the benefit? So now we are moving the goalposts down to say, well, she stole money, that government money, to she get but only 20 students. Where's that argument going? What's that argument going? Listen, this time around, I want to beat on something to win a soul, or political soul. Check out. Would that change the mind of the Liberian people? That Claudia get 20 students and she gets so many facilities over there? I'm trying to understand something here, though. But guess what happened? We are in year 3. We get, but politically, a year and a half to 2 years to go. The next time will be election year. Are we getting anything, though? If the government have anything on Claudia, kind of, I like what you said. You're a lawyer. The government should prove it in court. And then we'll resolve this. If there's nothing, let the children be children. Let the children play. Let the children get a better education.
Amen. Let the children play. Amen.
There'll be no way for us to even, we use our anger, we use our political witch hunting to persecute those babies. Every day they will say, well, they come to close the school down. Well, we got to send you back to your parent in the interior. Well, the woman that started the thing, she didn't do it good. Guys, we are talking about the future of Liberian children. If you have something against Madam Claudia Foundation, go for it. If there's nothing, let the children play. Let the children learn. Let the children be happy. Those children have, some of them have never seen the light of day, but they have come to town and they're happy. Look at the picture, even if they're 5 students, so what? I seen some advocate, they call themselves advocate. They are saying, but that just 5 students a woman get, go add 2 more there. I think you go add 2 more there. If that just 5 students she get, please. Let me add 2. I will call Cloud Weir Foundation and say, can I send 2? I'm responsible to feed them. Let Dr. Richardson send 3. Let's rally around this thing. If it's not illegal, let's rally around it. Let's support it. And maybe my mayor will build her own tomorrow, and we will support her too. Maybe my Katuma, after the office, she will build this big foundation. Listen to my Oma, we will support her. If there is no illegality, let's support that great idea, folks. Fubi, bring 2 students. We pray that Madam Cloud Weir Foundation will take them. Put your name down, sponsor them, and let the children be children, and let the children play. Let the children learn. Let the children experience the goodness of sweet Mama Liberia. Don't persecute them because of Cloud Weir. Don't persecute them because of Joe Weir. Don't persecute them because they are sedition. Don't persecute them because you just imagine without evidence that the woman stole money. Don't persecute them. Each time you come on air and you condemn that place and you go after that woman, my friend, those kids having bad dreams. Let the children play. Let's try to turn our politics another way. But ladies and gentlemen, that's my own. It's up to you what you think. I would pray to send 2 students over there. I will hustle around in America. I will beg people to sponsor them. I will send a name to Cloud Weir and say, please take them. I want to see them in that blue uniform, that navy blue jumpsuit. I want to see them eating. I want to see them learning in an environment that tomorrow when Stanton is not around, they say, yes, Stanton supported us in the school. He sponsored us from nowhere to somewhere. That's legacy. That's legacy. Leave Cloud Weir alone. If you don't have anything in her, leave her alone. For the sake of the children, go bear your own. I'm looking at some people, I said, damn, when will we come to our senses? That only 5 students. Go make them 7. Go make them 8. Go make them 10. Go make them 20. And that's the goodness of our country.
Stand up because you not almost 15 minutes on go make them 5.
There you go. There you go. Come to the there you go. Come to the kind of minute. You come to come. But you know why it touched me though? I'm being sincere. You know why it touched me? I'm saying people that I know that have been fighting for kids here in America. They are posting. I'm not calling their name. That they're 20 students. You know, when I read the post, I said, man, are you kidding me? I'm not going to call them. I see women, prominent women, because of political anger and envy. They say, but I just 20 women in the big building, the big play the woman get. I was tempted to just go under that post and say, sponsor 3, there will be 23. Sponsor 2, there will be 25. Let's add it up. But I have our show, guys. That's just me. Listen, I can be on Joe Weir for other things, but this thing, I know. If the government got anything on her, let the government go after her and solve that. If not, let the children play. Let the children learn. Don't persecute them because of party.
Some of them don't even know Haspoon was funded. It's based on helping children. That's what Stanton opened the station. That was the initial thing we had to help children, help the Liberian and women and children. That was the initial
argument.
Now you can talk anything. That's your business. But that's what's cool.
Let's welcome Dr. Richardson. We welcome Wilfred Russell. We're going to have a beautiful show today. First topic of the back will be the demolition situation that taking place in the country. The second thing is that we are receiving information that this government don't know where the transport ministry stand and where LTMI stand. I will share the document with you guys. Who's in control? Transport Ministry or LTMI? Now, Transport Ministry have to go back to court because we are receiving information that President Boaga said they should halt all activities when the announcement came out. What's going on? Is it true? They are scheduled to appear to court again March 4th. Who's in control of the country? Who's in control? Who's calling the shot? When you get Salif Taro from Transport Ministry saying, do business with only us, Then LTM are saying no, do business with only us. Then they gotta go to court. But anyway, Darrell Richardson, welcome to the show. Darrell Richardson, I called you 3 times today. You refused to take my call.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did I do something?
No, I was just busy
Darrell Richardson, are we going back in the old age that you would just despise your friend without cause?
No, Stanton. No.
Darrell Richardson, can you openly apologize to me on the show? You hurt my feelings.
I apologize to you. I truly apologize to you. I was very busy today, you know. Today is school day for me, Wednesday and Thursday now. So I just
you're in the office. You're in the office.
I've been preparing my lecture, so yes. But good topic so far. I'm happy to be here for, you know, the amount of time that I can be here, contributing my service to Liberia. I believe, you know, you start off saying, let the children play. Remind me of the song that Whitney Houston sang a little bit. I can't sing, so I won't sing it. But, you know, there's an old adage in our culture said or in many cultures around the world, that you're innocent until proven guilty. So as far as I'm concerned, until the Claire Weah can go to court, until the government can bring the paper to present that she's guilty or innocent, I'd like to say that she's free to allow anyone to visit her center. She's free to do whatever she wants to do. If Ellen Johnson wants to go there, and Ellen Johnson is free, Ellen Johnson can go there. I'm not going to read into the politics of Ellen Johnson. Salif, I don't have evidence to prove that she went there for ulterior motives. So thank you, Stanton, and it's good seeing you guys on the panel as well. Oh, hi, my cousins.
These are fake cousins, man. These guys are fake. We're talking
You're not fake cousin, oh no. Two sisters' children, you see that fake cousin?
Winfred Russell and Emmanuel George.
Two grandparents, son, Winfred Russell. And I fake cousin.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Richardson. I want to say to all of you, thank you, share the show. Let's get into the conversation. Another demolition took place at the NTA community today. We'll play this video. Let's talk about it, what's going on. What can the government do? I will start with our brother who's been absent for a long time. We'll come to Jacob Jala. And we'll talk to each and everyone on the show. Welcome. But what can this government do now? Massive demolition across the country. People are displaced. They have nowhere to go. They are crying. And the government quiet. We'll go to the post that was sent out there by Reverend Tape, Daniel Sano. The government have taken no position. Let me bring you in, Councillor. Can you back by that?
Well, thank you, CEO. And again, greetings to all of the panelists. To the matter at hand regarding the demolitions, I think I want to approach it from 2 angles. The first angle is the legality angle, and the second angle is from the compassionate and function of government angle. And I think all angles are relevant and important. And even as we seek as government to do right by the people, it's important too that the people understand what the laws are and the things that necessitate the kinds of actions that we see happening, because there's always 2 sides. Now, on the legality angle, there are 2 scenarios here. The first scenario is when 2 private parties go to court regarding a property, one prevails by court order and moves to evict people off the property, right? In the case of the 3rd Street Eric Nambwe scenario, where Eric acquired this property from a private individual, sought to possess the property, could not possess the property, thereby went to court, got a court order as a private individual, and these people were removed. Now, obviously, to remove them, you have to use government people, so it becomes the face of government. But the thing is, these people are poor people. Where are they going to go? I think, firstly, the legality is to recognize that, firstly, Eric is a private individual, and he's entitled to his property if the courts say that he rightfully obtained that particular property. But we cannot also forget that these are poor people that are being, removed from land in a country where times are hard, has historically been hard because we are a poor country. So government has entities that are responsible to address some of these things. For example, disaster management. You were talking about the issue of people being refugees, LRRC. There are government entities that can step in to assuage the suffering of these people. And that's not to say that they were there legally or they have a legal right to be there. It's important for them to understand that they don't have a legal right to be there because the court says so. But government still has a role to give them a soft, landing. I think it's important to distinguish that. There's the other side with the barracks. In the case of the barrack, this is directly government repossessing government property. The army is a part of government. The army is repossessing its barracks. That's government taking government land, which is owned by government. Again, it's not a question of legality here, and it's a question of compassion. There were reasons that necessitated people building on that place, occupying that place over many years, some of which can even be attributed to as far as when the war started and people became internally displaced in Monrovia and started living in properties, building on them, illegally occupying and illegally transferring to other people. And now the government is taking it back. In my view, rightfully, because by law, they have a right to do so. But again, compassion, because you are government. And the ultimate goal of government is to take care of the people. So if we see our people, are crying because we are effecting these changes, then government should step in through the various entities to do that. The last point I want to make, CEO, I know my time is almost up. Earlier Kev talked about the government is breaking, and I hate to be the one to bear this news. And the government started by breaking the CDC headquarters. I think that is a very dangerous and false propaganda. The government did not go in to break CDC headquarters. CDC refused to abide by the laws of the land, to do what the court said, to engage with a private party that owned their property, who went to court multiple times, gave us the opportunity multiple times to buy that property, and we refused to buy that property. The government did not break the headquarters down. If you ask me, CDC turned over that headquarters. We didn't want it, because if we wanted it for 3 years before the elections, we would have bought that property. So let's not conflate, political negligence with poor people suffering now because private individuals are going after their property. But on the whole, I want to call on the government. I want to call on President Boyka, who I support as president. I want to call on Vice President Koum, who knows about these things. It is still time to step in there and give a human face to the government, because I know that the president cares. I know Vice President Koum cares as well. Step in there, give a human face to the government. Let's not rely totally on the legal argument. Let's adopt a human approach and help our people, because times are just exceedingly hard. But Kev shouldn't come here about the break CDC headquarters down. You had the money to pay, people ate the money, they ain't pay. People take their property back, then you say government break it down. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Karim. Thank you. Jacob, let's stick with the demolition issue. We now discussed CDC party headquarters a long time ago. I think it's muted now. All right. Let's stick with the demolition. Now, listen, everything Kanye said, I agree that government, the code rule in favor of the people, that government land, yama, that's fine. But what is missing here by the government in helping our people, Jacob?
Yeah, you see, I think there's a lack of coordination here within the government. And I think, like we're seeing an epidemic of displacement all across the city. It's a huge humanitarian crisis. It's developing into a crisis proportion. I mean, you just name a few of the other areas: Catholic Junction, 72nd Community, Saytown, even Peace Island. There was a situation at Peace Island also. Many other communities we see Liberians being thrown on the street, women and children. So the government has to be able to be extremely sensitive with these things and ensure that they can, to the best of their ability, reduce the extent of human suffering that most of these kids and women are going through. And I think that's why we pay taxes to government. The government, part of the government boasted of a $1.2 billion budget. The Minister of Finance, Gafwan, celebrated, unprecedented level of government revenue, meeting revenue target. and all of that revenue target means precisely nothing if we're not able to minimize the suffering of our people. We should be extremely sensitive, and I see so far that the government, has not been able to step in on this matter, and as SARS step in, we've not seen a great deal of intervention from the government to provide shelter, for example. And I think I was seeing a story earlier on today, and people, I think a group of people probably went to donate rice to those people. I mean, how are you going to give people rice to eat when they don't even have shelter over their heads? And I understand that the rice was rejected. So we have to be able to provide these people an opportunity to have roof over their heads. And the government has a lot of money. We boasted of meeting revenue target. We have government agencies that are responsible for that. And I think the Ministry of Information, I think it was Daniel Sando, who issued a statement and said the government is not involved with what is going on. How can you say that? The government is involved. The government has to be involved because it's the responsibility of the government to take care of its citizens. Even if these cases were being adjudicated legally, and of course, I'm not saying that. I mean, once the court rules and say X person own the land, okay, we respect the ruling of the court. We are a civilized country. We are a country of law. We have to respect the law, respect the decision of the court. But put that aside, we have to talk about the involvement and role of the government in ensuring that you provide dignity to these people, you offer them even a temporary shelter, you give them, an opportunity to get on with their life, because these things can be extremely devastating. I was looking at the video the other day, and Senator played that. You heard the woman was speaking, and she looked extremely stressed and depressed, and these things have a lot of psychological implication. I think we have some professionals here who are experts on the human psychology. Some of these people even need counseling. Some of them need, an opportunity to get connected to businesses, to restart their life again. This is extremely distressing for many families. And I think the government has been extremely cold-hearted on this matter so far. I don't think they've been able to intervene, in a way that will show compassion to these citizens. The government has been extremely aloof on this issue so far. I think we need to. Stato is not coming, so that's why I keep talking. Or he's off. But yeah, I think that will be my point for now.
I really see that moderate, so don't just keep talking.
Yeah, otherwise I'll start giving speech here just now. Let me stop there. But you still running the district, the PG there.
Well, let me moderate the show since the CEO.
Sorry,
Dr. Richardson.
I was actually stuck. My mouse was stuck. So why don't we go down to Mr. Russell? We can start from this end because I saw you. You spoke on this, Kanye. You also spoke, Jacob Jala. So let's go to Mr. Russell. We'll go to Mr. Kep Hassan, and then Mr. George, and then also Mr. Kubi Henrys. I don't know why you call me I'm my business. I can't even see the Henrys. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Russell. Congratulations, by the way. Things went well yesterday. I saw.
Yeah, thanks. Before moving on to answer the question, or to add my insight to what has been discussed now with respect to these demolitions, I just wanted to first say hi to you all and all of the listeners and viewers, but more importantly to say thanks. Thanks to all of the people who came out last night to participate in the caucus process here in Minnesota. I was checking with some of my friends in other parts of the country. Apparently, the electoral process there is a little different than it is here in Minnesota. But it was really, really awesome to see people show up with all of what is happening. And we were afraid, those of us who, are candidates or who are candidates, and the political establishment too, was sort of nervous, thinking that we would have had like really low turnout because of all of these ICE raids and all of the things that is happening in the country. But people showed up. I mean, the place was packed. I mean, it gets a little confusing for a number of our people because it's a very different sort of process. But like I've said, so last night it was just for people who are registering to become delegates during the convention. So that's all was taking place yesterday. So we got a lot of people to show up. So a lot of our people from the community, from out of the community who were there, were trying to exercise their right. And at this level, you don't have to be a citizen. Once you're a resident, you participate in this process, but you have to register to be a delegate or an alternate. So many people, register, and then again, we have to do a lot of education to educate our people why this process is important. Because many of the people who went there to support us, they got there, they said, well, when you get in this room, because you're all divided up, and it's like, well, but I don't want to be delegated. So, but why you wasted your time to come here to support, Winfrey or any of the other candidates if you don't want to be delegate? That's the reason you're there, because so they don't understand all of that. But in any case, it was a wonderful evening. It was a wonderful night. A lot of our people, showed up. We still have to continue to educate them about the electoral process and all of that. But so thanks again, and thanks to all of you who have been supporting us and supporting all of the Liberian candidates here. I'd like to say, thanks to you all as well. So with respect to these demolition, I mean, the way we do things, I mean, I agree with many of the sentiments that have been shared already. I mean, just to add, my take, to the whole thing. I mean, even if these are private properties, right? I think, that have been, designated by the Liberian Land Authority or any other agency for that matter, that the squatters or the people who've been living there for a number of years, these folks needed to go, there still should, I think, be some sort of arrangement with these folks, engage them. There should be resettlement before removal. You can't just get up and just remove folks. So the whole pre-demolition, process, I mean, that's how, I think any responsible government would do. I mean, here, we do, we don't have squatters like we have there, but just the whole policy around how people are removed from the private properties, and they would illegally occupying private property or private land, and you wanted the use of a development. There's always, typically a pre-demolition, some sort of transparency and social mapping that takes place. And I think, I don't know if the government did that. I mean, that's something that the government, should have done. Held some genuine consultation with these folks, and even after that, ensure that at least if they had a place to to go, So as we say here, resettlement before removal. And there is a compensation package that we put in place to give to these folks. So to just randomly, I don't know if it was randomly done, but I'm not sure all of these processes that I'm laying out, if these were things that were carried out. But clearly, we need to the government needs to care. And take really, really deep care. And I know development is important, and it can be painful. We have to develop the country. We go other places and see how things are done, and we come back home. We want development to proceed, but we have to do it in a sort of judicious type of way, and put humanity, compassion need to be a part of all of the processes that we need to put in place. There should be a reasonable time that people need to be given to leave. It should be engagement, a very progressive, active engagement. So, because it's not, it's going to be very traumatizing. You want to ensure that people's anxiety level are not up, and you want to work with them, as difficult as it may be, but you can't just go there randomly, just kick them out. So I agree with many of the sentiments that have been shared already. I'm just sharing them, part of what we do here. And I hope that the government would look at legal and ethical protections for a number of these folks who are being impacted.
Thank you, Russell. Again, congrats. We'll talk about your program. Let's just run through with this. We have pictures. I have people there with you. I got almost 8 photos that we'll be sharing tonight. I want to say again, thank God for the good program. Kev Hassan, let's hear you on the demolition issue. We'll go to Fubi, Dr. George. I mean, it will be a wonderful show. We begin to put the videos and pictures. It's a sad time for our country. I don't want to add because then kind of hate when I start to talk on these things. He doesn't like it at all. But who in the right mind? Why would the government just don't have something in place? I mean, you have institutions. You have the LRRC. You have the disaster management. You have the housing unit. You have all these institutions. And you get $1.2 billion. Another big institution, 1.2 billion. Why would the people be displaced in their own home? The Liberians, you gotta pay attention to this. This is not politics. Why would the government sit there, mothers and babies are lying on the street tonight? Kev, let's hear you. Let's hear you, Kev.
Spencer, back in the days, we used to watch a show on TV called Bob the Builder. So you know Bob the Builder. I think Dr. Richardson know Bob the Builder. Wilfred, I think you know Bob the Builder. I would call Joseph Boca Bob the Destroyer. It's Bob the Destroyer. We're talking about governments in the past that build proper homes. You took over from a government that built proper homes for people, and you that call yourself a responsible government, a government that you call a rescue, putting people on the street, babies on the street, you call them rescue. Even the name that they get is a lie. That's how this government notorious in lying. Even the name rescue is a lie. The famous picture. The famous picture. No picture speak 1,000 words. Feeding her baby. The baby. We all here get children. I'm not too sure about Phoebe, but we all here get children. Think about it. Think about your baby. How was your baby? Under that cold, rainy day, she feeding that baby. And then when you ask the government official, they say, the law is the law. But when it comes to the tenure position and Speaker Kofa position, no, they will not respect the law. But the ordinary citizen, somebody, people that suffer, it because the opportunities some of us get to come to America, or some people who live in Liberia get opportunity, that could have been us or our sister. It's our family people there. Children. Then you will come and say, you know what? I'll go and break down the City of Hope too, so it can make it worse. That 2 people that get there. I thought we should be taking children off the streets. Winfred. We should be doing that. Go behind and go and see the invisible park. See the homes are behind. I remember the day they were opening our homes. Dr. Richardson's name was the number one name Dr. McGill were calling that day. So Dr. Richardson can't see their homes. This is the first government that I know. 3 years now, they ain't been nothing. Nothing. I will call them Bob the Destroyer.
Okay,
that's the president. That's Jose Yuma Boka name, Bob the Destroyer.
All right, let me bring in Dr. Richardson. We go to Emmanuel Josh on this. Oh, sorry, Dr. Richardson. I'm sorry. Let me bring in Fubi, please. Fubi.
Yeah, oh, Kev, you better go to DNA. I want to tell you, ask you what are you wondering what I get you. So, look, the government has, and we can call all the legality. The government has all the legal right to move people when they have, but I share all the views about the compassion part, especially when we are removing people from government property. You should have a backup plan. You can't just distress your own citizen. There are a lot of institutions that we have in place to be able to run and manage these kind of situations. The issue of notice, I know notice period have been long overdue for some people. They have told them before that you have to move this government property. Those warnings have gone out. But with the state of the economy, the government must also look at it from the compassionate part, where they should have things put in place or emergency response unit, to be able to respond to this kind of demolition. Because it's not a good idea to just have people on the street abruptly. But I'm not referring to the private home, private versus two private citizens in court. I'm not referring to that. I'm talking about the government property. When you have people squatting on government land for a long period of time, and government wants to reclaim, you should have some measure put in place, at least to give some relief. Don't just go and just throw people on the street and break down those places, because the state of the economy is not helping, to get people to survive on a daily basis. Even those that even got shelter on their heads, over their heads, they struggling to find food to eat. What's about those that you just take and put them on the street abruptly? So government needs to equip the disaster management, equip the LRRC, and have some temporary shelter to host these people at least for a few months while they get back on their feet and find their way around. You can't just put people on the street when you want to clear government property, especially if government does not have an immediate plan to use those places. And I heard the president last night, either in Banga or somewhere, when he visited one of the military barracks there, and they were also pointing the people that were encroaching on the property. And he also made a statement about the defense minister also, Geraldine, about ensuring that they get the people to move from the government property. So that's a plan that the president has. Fair. Also put a backup plan in place, at least as you evicting them, get somewhere that they can temporarily be hosted while they try to put their lives back together. I think the government needs to look at it from that angle. You can't just arbitrarily just clearing alleys, breaking homes. Those, for me, I don't support them. I think the government needs to put herself together in making sure that they find a plan B to manage the crisis, so that you don't have too many people out there just crying on your name, especially during these kind of hard times. So the government needs to look at that plan thoroughly and see how they can manage it.
Dr. Richardson, let's hear you.
Yeah, all of my colleagues have said it all, with a lot of emphasis on humanity and the law, compassion and the law. As a government, one of the highest tasks, or the most important thing of a government, is to promote the welfare of its people. And we know that by throwing these people out in the streets or not giving them, somewhere to live, it can have some effects on them. There's a whole theory on the social determinants of health. Definitely somebody talked about the trauma that it can cause, or it can cause other health issues for these people. So, I mean, one of the things we have to look at the land authority laws. What does it say? Our country has a very complex relationship with landowners and people who squat on land, and we really have to revisit that aspect of the law. So I just really wanted to add that. I'm not sure if that law is extremely clear. I'm not sure if it is clear. So I think that is the totality that we have to look at here.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Welcome, Dr. Bopler, on the show. Let's bring in Emmanuel Josh. Dr. Josh, let's see what's going on with our country, solution-based, and that's what Dr. Bopler loves so much. But it's not the first time, it's not the second time, it's like a pattern, right? With no solution. And we're going to bring you guys in a clip. Is it not a government business? Is this not a government business, Dr. Josh?
No, Stanton is government business. In 1980, we killed President Tubber. President Tubber, when he was president, he built Stephen Tubber Estate, Banave Estate, Matari Estate, Cabra Estate, New Georgia Estate, all low-income estates for Liberians to live in. Madam Taylor, Madam Salif built a NASCROP 70 units in Browville. President Doe went out, President Jovial went to Grand Gila County, I think Grand Crane, they built some units there. It is the responsibility after our civil war, just by looking at Peace Island, 540, where over 20,000 Liberians, internally displaced Liberians settled after the war, should have brought to the mind of government that there was a need to develop low-income houses. But we are not doing that. 103 persons are having a bulk of our budget. So when we see these things, yes, I agree with Kanu, it's private ownership, it's private person in court, but it is the duty of government, especially with the mass influx of people for the country into Montserrado County. Montserrado County population alone is $1.5 million. Sorry, 1.5 million people. Dollars here, 1.5 million people. But yet them still, since 2005, no government have been bold enough to increase the low-income housing in Montserrado County. So we have squatters all over the country, and this is going to continue. I mean, this will not be the first, I believe, and it's not going to be the last. But we have Liberians who have been ejected from their homes and may have nowhere to stay. And it's the duty of government. Instead of spending so much money on these 103 persons, government should start investing in low-income houses. President Tubber developed the National Housing Authority so that people could get finance from government in order for them to pay for their homes. But we today with the National Housing Authority. So hopefully this government will understand that housing issue is a crisis in Liberia. There's a need for this government and subsequent government to invest in low-income housing projects for our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel George. I think I see everybody so calm because this is a very touching story. We're going to go ahead and play this video. I don't know where you are right now. If you're part of this whole situation, we will open the phone line to hear from the Liberian people. It's not about the people private property, that government property. We got to build a country. What becomes of the 35,000, 50,000 individuals that displaced in the whole country? Dr. Bopler, welcome to the show. Let's hear you, sir. All right, Dr. Bopler have internet problem. Dr. Bopler have internet problem. I don't think he's with us. All right. So Jacob, let's give you Dr. Bopler 30 seconds here. I know Kanye want to talk. We shouldn't go to Kanye. Jay, get that for 30 seconds.
Yeah, no, sure. I mean, I think the issue is straightforward here. The situation, is tearing everyone's heart in terms of the degree of suffering we're seeing there. And people homes, razed to the ground. I mean, it can be extremely traumatizing for many people. So I think, no need to belabor this matter or turn it to a broken record. I think it's clear across the table, and everyone here required and urge the government to step in, because we're not seeing that right now. To be honest, I listened to the Minister of Information, and he said it's not government matter; it has nothing to do with government. How can you ever say that? You have to take care of your people. These are the same people. People will become. I mean, I don't want to introduce so much politics into this matter, but it's hard to stop it, because in 2020, now everybody will be coming to these people and asking for their votes. And if you give them the kind of cold shoulder, in this moment of extreme suffering, then where is the humanity? And I think sometimes most of our people, when they get into, the high offices, public offices, government offices, they tend to be either extremely detached from what is happening on the ground, or, get carried away, by the pomp and pageantry of government offices, and forget about ignore the suffering of people. So any human being with a heart seeing that kind of picture and seeing what's happening, it's impossible not to get touched by the level of suffering and distress these people are facing. Even some demonstrators even went to some residents even went to Capitol Hill. I think I saw that video, and they read a statement, and you can see on the faces of these women, they're very stressed out. And I think something needs to happen to ensure that they don't go through all of that.
Let me play the video.
Women. Joseph Waka. Yes. We trust you, for which we gave you our own country. But the chance of hope that we have in you, Joseph Waka. Oh, my money. Oh, money. Oh, I just actually for like 30 days. Oh, I just like me. Oh, I can't get out. Oh, I can't get out. Oh, international community comes over here. Oh, La Bira. Oh, my people, now they got La Bira who want it. Oh, now they got La Bira who want it. Oh, now they got La Bira who want it. Oh,
That's the 72nd barrack situation. We gotta play this. Let me bring you in, Dr. Bopler. Welcome to the show. Dr. Bopler, are you okay?
Yeah. I thought you would say you were playing something.
No, I play already, Dr. Bopler.
Yeah, I saw it. I thought you said let me play something else. Yeah, okay, yeah. Good evening to my friends and to all who watch and listen and share the show and engage. Thank you for doing that. You're making a difference. Stanton, I never heard the word homeless until I went to the United States. And I had to confess my ignorance, because the first time I heard it, I thought, oh, these are people who haven't bought their homes yet. They'll buy their homes later, maybe living in apartment stuff. I never heard it. And then I got educated, and I was so moved by the fact that even in the world's most affluent place, there were people who didn't have a place to stay. And I wrote a thesis paper on one of my master's programs on homelessness. That's the point I want to make. Next to food, shelter is people's greatest need. Before the war, there were 500,000 people in this Monrovia and its environs. But we all know how the war went. It was very unconventional. It was kind of like guerrilla warfare from outside and came inside. So we were running, until we got to the city, we consider the safest place, because ECOMOG was here. So Monrovia went from 500,000 to 1.5 million people. After the war, peacetime election, one of the things I thought that Madam Johnson Sirleaf, who had the most enlightened group of leaders and the most support internationally, I thought would have had a resettlement plan to move people back to counties and give them incentive to go back. They didn't. So Monrovia is overcrowded, but people need a place to stay. So there are squatters everywhere. This is not a legal issue. This is a humanitarian issue. Legally, the counselor here, will tell you that legally, whoever own the land, that's settled. But it's the humanitarian part. And I think the government has to do something. You have to help people. You have to put in temporary shelter. Government is created primarily to improve the welfare of its people. And I think it was Jala who said something about Torba building houses. Somebody said something about that. What Ellen built and Georgia built is okay, but that's not what majority of Liberians can afford. We need low-income apartments, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom. Land is an issue, you go up. You can move people from the shacks and the zing round and the mud houses into 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom. A 1 bedroom for a mother who got 3, 4 children is better than a zing round where every time it rains, the water comes inside, the mosquito, the children get sick, they drink dirty water. And I am totally amazed that over the years, government has not considered priority. We can start doing that now. Every county, spread the people's resources, start building low-income apartments that people can afford. Then the migration will begin. Because if I'm in Monrovia and I'm squatting and in the same ground, but in Grand Juda, I can get an apartment, I will move back and try to make a living. This one, though, is emergency. Find a temporary shelter for people, help them, restore their dignity of sorts, and then move forward. And I think President Barker will respond to that.
What do you think? So, again, guys, let me play the video, right? This, I don't know, regardless your political affiliation, that let's say President Barker will respond. We're in year number 3. The first incident took place 2024. The first year, Jacob, of President Barker. 2025, 2026, February 4th. When will President Barker respond? Can anybody tell me when?
I hope the president will respond. Every crisis gives an opportunity for people to show character and respond. The people are crying, the people are distressed, and I believe the president has to respond. The government have to do something. We have resources. We have to help our own people.
I do respect that. I do respect, and I pray that the government respond. That's what we want the government to do. But the fierce urgency of now, when people are saying the children sleeping in the slum, in the cold, under the rescue government, I want to agree with you. I want to believe you. But can anybody say the government will respond when the party chairman saying that's not a unity party thing? Can anybody say the government will respond when Deputy Minister Daniel Sanders said that's not a government thing? When would this be government thing? I agree the law is the law now, but what's the compassion from the government? No, we have to have this conversation. How many homes will be broken into and demolished? How many babies will be on the street? Then we say we believe that President Barker will respond. Let me ask you, with year number 3, Dr. Richardson, do you think President Barker will respond, or is it too late to respond now? Can you unmute Dr. Richardson, please?
Unmute yourself now.
We'll get back to Dr. Richardson.
Yes, okay, I'm here. I'm so sorry.
You can answer these 2 questions, Dr. No, I'm coming to you, Kyle, because let's look at this, though. When a mother in Liberia today, not wartime, this is not 1991. This is not when we were displayed running to VOA camp and all other display home. This is a rescue government 2026.
Hey man, what would President Bouakai respond? What would this be a government thing? What would this be a government responsibility? The baby, where it rained today. Come on, man. Come on, folks. I want to believe that President Bouakai will respond. Are you kidding me? I do. I want to believe. That's not the people land for 40 years. They've been squattering on the people land. We agree. That government land, government want to face the country, and we agree.
Oh, we coming. Yo, the cool. Pure president, you know, about time coming. Well, when you move in getting it, and one of you get on your TV. So you got family? Yeah, I get one catch up. Joy, I guess.
Everybody, the Richardson, President Bouakai, what will you respond? What is important right now? Dr. Richardson, let's hear you. What would President Bouakai respond?
So this is a human factor, you know, and the politics come into play because President Bouakai is going to need the people who are thrown out in the street to vote for him. And so it is probably important that he sees this issue as a government issue. In fact, it is to me, because as I said, and as inscribed in our Constitution, one of the government important tasks is to make sure that you promote the welfare of the people in your country, the citizenry. And so, you know, he has to respond. You know, he has the power. And so, you know, Michelle Obama says power reveals who you are as a person. So this will be a clear opportunity for him to get involved. The government should be involved. We have these institutions. We're supposed to be doing their jobs, by the way. You know, somebody called the disaster management. Somebody called the refugee replacement, LRRC. So they are supposed to be doing their jobs. And that's what, you know, the government, President Bouakai, should be getting them involved in this situation. In fact, they should be calling on to President Bouakai. He should be calling them. So he should be responding. It is a human factor issue here we're talking about.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. Kyle, this shot should come to you. Let's hear you. When will President Bouakai respond?
I was just kidding. I was trying to pull your leg because you seem to be enjoying yourself so much when you were asking, you know, when will President Bouakai respond? And you were smiling and laughing and like, you know, so I was just pulling your leg. But coming back to the matter at
no, let's hear you. Seriously, let's hear you. Let's hear you.
That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. I'm saying you were quite happy. I was just pulling your leg because the way you said it, you look very happy when you were asking President Bouakai to respond. And so I was pulling your leg. But what I'm saying is I join others, right? And I refuse to be pessimistic about this country. I just refuse to be. I just am of the opinion that I will continue to hope and wish that better can come to this country. And in that regard, I am publicly calling on the president because I know he cares. I'm calling President Bouakai. I'm calling on the vice president. I'm calling on the head of disaster management, the head of the LRRC, my own fellow counsel, Ko Bangalo, the head of the National Housing Authority, and all of those entities, the Ministry of Gender and Social Protection, _social protection. All of these entities have different mandates that are meant to provide social safety net for the people. But like I said, this is not the legality time, the time to make the legal argument, even though these are private people asserting their rights consistent with law, and they are entitled to do so because they have rights. For all these entities of government that I have named, the supreme reason for the existence of government, the social contract, is you provide for the people, and you step in when times are hard, and you ameliorate the suffering, and you improve the conditions under which they live. And it is in that context that I am passionately calling on the president, vice president, all these people, you know, and also Stanton, look, sometimes every time we say it is the president, and I know you will say, well, he keeps them there, you know, but sometimes too, you know, government is a mammoth affair, it's a massive enterprise, and people are giving portfolio because they think and they can execute, or they should think and be able to execute. And when they see these things happening, they know there are different mandates. They should be able to step up immediately and
do some soft landing on behalf of the country. It's not everything that the president has to come out and go and meet a group of people and do something about. So these entities that are responsible, disaster management, social protection, because you see women, you see children out there as well. So there's a gender component to it. There's a housing component. There's an internally displaced component as well. So multiple entities, a task force that can come together involving all of these entities to pool resources and step in there at least by tomorrow or the day after is something that I think can happen and should happen. And so that's my own call, but also let's be aware of people playing this to score political mileage also, using the people as political pawns to further their own political gains. I don't think this is the time for it. It's not the time to use people that are suffering, people who have been dispossessed, just to play political chess. Wait for 2029. Right now, I also want to call on the opposition actors. Let me call on my brother CMC. On mobility, I've been breaking ground almost everywhere that I've turned. In Grand Judea, he just broke ground again. This is a good opportunity, and I know he's someone who can step up. He can come in too. Mr. Cummings, Dr. George, he has the technical know-how. You always say this. He knows how to increase the budget, but now these people have been dispossessed. And the argument shouldn't be, oh, we are not government. Mr. Cummings can also step up to do something as well. The CDC can also step up and meet these people and do something. So let this be a collective effort of passion and care for our people. But of course, I will agree that the government has a bigger mandate and a bigger role to play. And they also need to lead. And that's our call to those in authority. Let's lead with passion, and let's step out there and try to help our people. That would be my take, CEO.
Thank you very much. Let me bring Emmanuel George. Emmanuel, he called Mr. Cummings' name. I know your position here. We'll go to the CMC folks. We'll go to the independent CDC folks. Guys, this is very serious. This is no laughing matter. People are stranded on the street. The other woman waiting to say, come and take my baby because I cannot be on the street. But here's the beauty of this thing, though, which is so sad. Rescue. Jacob, Emmanuel, they came to rescue the people. I don't want to talk for Mr. Cummings or Musa Belete. But why can't the government take the first step and show some sympathy, empathy? Can this government do it, though? Why should we come on public radio and television to tell the people, say, who's stopping President Baga? Now we're not going to blame President Baga. We're going to blame the housing authority people. We're going to blame LRRC and Bangalore. I didn't take off it yet. Disaster management, but not President Baga though. Not President Baga. What would be the explanation for this office today? Yeah, Bangalore get to office. Yeah. But what forget that one from $6 million to 700,000. Forget that one. But what would be the something here now? On a serious note, folks, what would this government say? I mean, the government talk to me, Emmanuel. I mean, why is it so hard?
Stanton, I'm glad the counselor is here this week. After we have slowed down on a week of lives, we're expecting him last week, but I showed attention. The kitchen was hot. He couldn't carry anybody. Good to see you guys. Look, Stanton. 2 days ago on OKFM, Mr. Cummings had an extremely beautiful and wonderful conversation with the Liberian people. Yes, the opposition can come in, but we wouldn't be coming in and we'll solve a minimal level of the problem, maybe 1, 2, 3, 10 persons. Every member of this government is being paid. They're being paid from our taxpayer money. And it is their duty to solve problems because we pay them. We are not begging them or asking them for a favor. We pay them every month to solve these kind of problems. And if they don't know how to solve it, let them leave and allow others to come who know how to solve the problem, to solve it with the budget we have as a country. So yes, Kanu, you're right. But we pay them to think. Look, we pay for the gas so that they won't have to think about putting gas in the car. We pay for the scratch cards so they won't have to worry for going to get to call around the place. And then we pay the salary every month. And then there is a commissioner that we're paying for his generator fee, more what we're paying for a generator, or even more than the people working at that commission. So we pay them, and it is their duty to solve these kind of problems. Let's take the people from 72nd, for example. That's government property. You want to tell me that the folks at LRRC, the places you are calling, or the people at the National Housing Authority did not know that government was trying to evict these people, and they couldn't put a plan in place for these people to move to? So yes, we the opposition can play our part, but our part will be minimum because the purse is in your hand, and it is your responsibility to take care of that purse and distribute it so that every one of us Liberians, not 103% plus the executive mansion, you increase the budget for the executive mansion, but you gave LRRC $700,000. Now this problem have come, you say opposition should solve it. When you were creating a budget, were you not thinking that you were playing to evacuate?
Who are you talking to that, Dr. George?
But Conway, good to have you back. I always like you around.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Kev. Okay, thank you very much, Emmanuel. Then we'll go to our brother Russell. I don't know though. The president is going to say he building 600 homes. So the people got to wait. Okay, the president here building 600 homes. The people got to wait.
Yeah, that's 600 homes. It's the same thing as creating 70,000 jobs. The other story. Not just story. If you believe that, then I guess San Francisco be rich to sell you. Let me tell you, Daniel said something very interesting. I don't think folks will pick it up. Very interesting. And I think he's making a lot of sense. He's saying that the government cannot handle it, so the opposition need to come in. This government failed. That's why he calling opposition who are not responsible for the budget should come in. And we've been saying that the government will fail and the government is a failure. So he just buttressed our, what we always say, because you call him Musa ability, but he forget to know that his people stop Musa ability to build bridge in Bon County. He forget to know that. But he calling Musa ability now. He say, Musa ability, come now. We need you now. He calling President Weah. Because can you know that he built proper homes? He calling Mr. Cummings because Mr. Cummings built apartments in Monrovia there. So he calling people who he knows can do the job. So thank you, Kanyo, for announcing today that the government cannot do the job. So let people come in. And I think the opposition should hear that and explain to the Liberian people that this government failed. They cannot do it. They cannot do it. Stanton, you put a picture up, the baby. You put a picture up. Look at that picture. Look at this picture. If you in your mind can realize that the rescue failed the nation and they lied to you guys and say they're coming to rescue you. Is this the rescue under the rain? Are we watching Gaza? Is this Gaza? Why? Why? But you built $10 million home in Foya. In Foya. You built $10 million home in Foya, Stanton, in Foya. And you know what? With actually, it said it's for MRU. The president that will come there and it said I have meeting. The auditorium can take 600 people. Guys, it is the rescue. It is the rescue that your soul to our people, or it's just an evil way of coming to power? Why our government cannot come in and help the people? More Ali children sleeping in one bed, eating one food. Folks are LTA. The generator alone making $3,000. The children are in good cars, enjoying themselves. You can see the minister now who just took power without confirmation, and Mo Ali, they're swimming, enjoying themselves. That's
Thank you.
rescue.
Thank you.
Rescue.
Yeah. And let me bring in Winfred Russell. But Kev, you brought a lot of good points. I don't know whether the government can transfer those folks to Lo-Fi, that 10 million mansion, and take it away from Mana River, because Mana River said they don't know about it, right? The Mana River Union said they didn't pay for it. President Boga just said, I would bless the people of Mana River, their organization. I love them so much, we spend 10 million on them. Yeah, the president said. We don't know why money coming from the country rain and dry. We just take 10 million. The president woke up one morning and said, we'll take 10 million and then go build somewhere for you. Can these people go there? Our Washington won't go there. He was talking about one of the government buildings and said this should be a high school. But can we renovate the building and put the people there? I mean, what should we? I mean, Liberia here also, you can find us on Voice of Liberia, Spoon FM, Super FM, Fabric. And you can decide, man. Did this government really come here to rescue you? We thought so. I thought so. I thought the government was sincere when the government said rescue. Is this rescue though? Man, it's deep. Very, very dark. Look at this picture, and we'll bring out Brother Russell. Look at the picture, folks. Just look at the photo. It reminds you where? VOA, my brother Maya, myself, and my cousin, we call him Chanimbo, walked from Ghana's to VOA. Nowhere to stay. These are how people are looking. We're just turning around. You pass District 17. You pass Hotel Africa with that VOA that were there. We're just turning around. People sleeping in the sand. That's the sand. Rescue people, take a look. That's the sand. Somebody got to tell President Boga, this is not good. That's not what you signed for, though. This is bad. This is horrible. This is not the minister. This is not the director. No, this is President Boga. President Boga got to address this. This is bad. This is the worst. The woman with the baby sleeping in the sand. Facebook, we're trying to promote this for good living. The people need help. I will start with Kev on this. Kanye, you did something exceptionally well tonight. You calling on the opposition to help. That's beautiful. Because the government have failed. That's wonderful to know. You call on Musa Bility now to help. Will you call the government to give Musa Bility 35 back for the input? Will you not tell them to stop chasing Musa Bility and Alexander Cummings? Let the people build our country and help. Are we seeing evidence of Joel home that he built, whether 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom? But people are living in there right now, though. Can we just speak truth to power tonight? Ladies and gentlemen, it's not politics. Your auntie, your uncle, your brother, your sister, your next door neighbor, they're sleeping under the rain tonight. Where are the rescuers? Russell, talk to us, my friend.
Thank you, Stanton. It's very, very difficult, right? Because no matter what you say, people on the other side are going to demonize you. They're going to say all manners of negative things, about you. But when you're in the public policy type positions, it is, you have to utilize this sort of Solomonic approach to doing things, because it's like no matter what you do, I mean, it's you're going to get beat on. And sadly, I see some people as genuine as they may want to appear. I see some people here, and around, will use this to their political advantage. They will use this as an opportunity to beat on this government, to beat on President Boycott. But I can tell you, as someone who was a policymaker, these are difficult decisions. They are difficult. There is no one size fits all.
What makes this difficult, Winfrey Russell? Why is this difficult?
Because of the human aspect to it, Stanton. There's a human aspect to it. I mean, you when you read what folks are saying, or what some folks have said, I mean, it's been a long time, however long it's been that these folks were informed. Some of them left, some of them were compensated. I mean, so there are a lot of different things going on. Do we now? I mean, I do agree that that it looks bad, no matter how the government, put this. No matter how they say it, it looks, the optics do not look good, Stanton. I mean, that's the truth. Okay, but I'm just telling you.
No, but we are not saying that. We are not, listen, the government, I'm not saying whether it's legal or it's not legal. We are looking at the work of the government, their intervention. Let me ask you a question. Are you saying Democrats using ICE story now to win election in America?
I mean, for sure. You can bet. You can rest assured that somebody.
If you say that's what happened, then but nobody bring it on them though. The government brought it on herself. Joseph Boycott saw this when they said they should break down the homes in District Number 7, Muscarano County. Hotel Africa, make tens of thousands of people display in their own country.
I know that.
What was the point right there to say, you know what? Before we do this, these are our plans to resettle these people.
Yeah. So yeah, I agree. Like I said earlier, I'm not sure you were on the show then, but like I said earlier, that there should be relocation. You come up with some sort of relocation plan before removal. I talked about that, clearly, there's a human aspect to this. But when you have to make this sort of major policy decision, and from what I'm hearing from a number of different sources, I mean, can we go back to the Liberia Land Authority Act of 2018? I mean, what does it say? So let's look at all of that. Yes, we want to be, we're not talking about what
we are not in dispute with the land authority. We are in dispute with the government intervention to relocate and resettle these people.
But that's what I said earlier, Stanton.
Land authority. What is this? You're taking me back to 2018 or 2020 time. What is this government doing when they put the first set of people off from Capital Junction? What did it do? Nothing. They went to Hotel Africa and put 10 churches, schools, mosques. They put them out. What the government did? Nothing. Sir Joseph went there crying. The guy from a public administration said, "Sir, I can respect you. We are here to do our job. We'll break down those homes." The government have no exit plan. The government is draining down to see someone in your caliber, knowing how Brooklyn Park works. You would never bring somebody home without calling social service. And the government...
Stanton, I said that earlier. You were not on the show.
On the eye. What did I have to do with us? What I got to do with us?
No. So Stanton, you have to listen to what I said earlier.
I listen to you, but
no one is excusing the government. No one is excusing the government.
If it's not asking for the land,
I'm just telling you how difficult it is.
It's not difficult. It's innovation. It's creativity. It's not difficult. It's people that come up with plans. Ones that cannot plan, that failed to plan to fail. This government,
yeah,
you got to understand, the government expected these things. The government run the court. The government run the people. The government run the system. You got to understand, they know when the first person was victim of demolition, they should have a plan.
There is a great deal of incompetence in this government and in the country. I mean, there's no question about that. I agree with you wholeheartedly, and I've said this, I've written about this. We have no urban planning processes in place. We have no rural planning. There's no planning done. So there's no question about it. It's a big mess. You know, it's a big mess. And so who gets to suffer? The people get to suffer. That's why we have people there who clearly running around like chicken with the head all cut off, don't know what to do, because you're right. Clearly, this should have been some sort of phase removal. Some sort of plan where you have a phase removal. If you're going to remove these people, then do it in a phase, methodical type of way. I do agree with you. I'm just, you know, I mean, there's no question about it. There are a lot of incompetence around, you know, but there is no excuse. You know, I mean, Dr. George talked about it. Dr. Bropler talked about it. Past government, past administration have had a plan. They've built housing, your development all over the place. The unhoused population in Liberia, in Monrovia especially, the unhoused population is massive. It's huge. It's huge. We have that problem, homelessness. We have the problem with unhoused population all over the place. What are we doing here? We have one of the largest apartment complexes in the state of Minnesota. Is in Brooklyn Park, all one bedroom, all one bedrooms. But, you know, we have to come with a plan. So what happens when we buy these places and resell them? We have to find a place for people to move to. We have to rezone. We have to plan. So, you know, so it's just Liberian story is just hard to talk, man. It's just so.
Thank you very much. Fubi, let's come to you. We got to move on to transport ministry and the other topic for today. We end with our brother Emmanuel George, Dr. Bropler, Jacob Jala. It's very important for us to know what we are seeing here today. Let me play this video, and then Fubi, we can hear you. This is a very sad time for our country. It's happening. It's happening. Fubi, let's hear you.
Yeah, so sometimes the citizens, some of the slogan, they can be chanting. I understand people for sure that they will say whatever they want to say. You want to blame Prince Too, and that Prince Too that told the people to go, that passed the verdict to get you evicted. So you can't be blaming Prince Too and thinking that that's how you solve the problem. The Prince Too is the representative, but he's not the one to be blamed for your situation. You know, on the other hand, I would disagree with Kanyo. I don't know whether it's in the back. We can't be shifting government responsibilities to opposition. Government is being paid to do the work that she's doing. So you don't call opposition leaders to come and do what government ought to do or government should be doing. So we shouldn't be going that route. The government has 100% responsibility for our citizens. The government must have plans to manage these kind of crises. It's not Musa Belete's business. It's not Alexander Cummings' business. It's not George Weah's business. It is the government of Liberia's business to solve the problem. The government got resources, the government got agencies that they can pull together to solve this problem. The government should be proactive. You have eviction plans, it's good. The government wants to reclaim a property, there's nothing wrong with that. Also have a backup plan and say, okay, we're going to distress some people. So XYZ measure is going to be put in place so that we can temporarily host them while they make some adjustment to their lives. You can't rule that out and want to call out opposition to come and solve our problem. And you also cannot say the president cannot take responsibility. The president takes responsibility for everything that happens with the executive, the execution of duty. He has ministers, he has directors, he has commissioners that are running different agencies. If they are not proactive enough and they will bring shame to him, he has the decision-making power to deal with them. So you can't shield the president from this. The president is in charge. So just be clear with the issue. You got people that are supposed to take certain decisions. They got land ministries that are on an obligation to manage these things. If they're not doing what they're supposed to do, the president should step in. The president should speak. The president should take decisive actions. I don't think this is a plan that I don't think the president is against the eviction plan, because I heard the president spoke on it in Banga when they went to the army barracks there. He told the defense minister directly about people encroaching on the military space, and they should be able to get ready to move them. So there is nothing wrong with removing them from government property, but just have some backup plan to at least temporarily solve the problem. The state of the economy is a big issue in the country, and nobody can shy away from that. We have to face it. You can't close your eyes to the state of the economy at the same time you add additional hardship and stress to the already hungry population. You need to balance it out. There are so many ways the government needs to do and to solve some of the problem, and that's why you see sometimes the opposition will also take advantage of it. People say, "Oh, don't make it all of politics." But I always tell people everything in life is tied to politics. So we shouldn't be shy about engaging or making things political. There's nothing wrong with that, because politics runs the world. Every decision, even worship, politics will decide what kind of religion will function in your country. Politics decide the kind of healthcare you have. Politics decide the kind of school you go to. Politics will decide the prices of commodities. So everything is tied to politics. So there's nothing wrong with politicizing things. Just the government should be more responsible to be a step ahead of the petty politics that might come to haunt her. So when you see these things, look, this thing will cost us X, Y, Z number of noise. What can you do as a government to reduce that noise so that whatever the opposition might want to say will have probably a zero impact, because you already got proactive measure put in place to solve those problems. So the government needs to take responsibility, especially when you are evicting people from government's property. They are private citizens, but the private citizen is a different situation. But you still need government to have a backup plan to also solve some of the problem with the private citizens. So government needs to own it.
Thank you very much. Dr. Pople, you want to finish up on this? We got to move.
So there's been some comments about private property. Yes, it's private property, but it's a public problem, a huge public problem. And so legally, I said earlier, no issue. Morally, humanistically, we got a problem. And I agree with Phoebe, that the government's responsible for the people. True, that's government. But if I were in opposition, this obstacle presents an opportunity. It's a human need. You step in and help in some small way. There's nothing wrong with that. Again, I pray that the government tomorrow will put a plan together. We have resources. Let's use some temporary shelter. Let's help people. And there are many of us, myself included, will be glad to chip in, lead, set up something. And somebody made a comment earlier, yes, the president, the buck stops there. But all these other people who work in the agency, if you can step up and do your job, then you shouldn't be there. You see a need staring at you. Move, and do something. See, the president is responsible. Nobody.
So the material said,
but
the material said,
all the other people who are responsible for these different agencies, housing, disaster, all these things, triple RC, all that, do something, help people. You see the need, you stand. So be a leader, step in, put a plan together, and even call on the public. Like I said, there's so many of myself will be happy to put in my dollars to help my fellow citizens. You can't just stare at it and walk away from it. So I want the president to put something together tomorrow.
Dr. Bobler, thank you very much, Dr. Bobler. The people will not lead when there is no financial resources. You got $700,000 in the budget for ultra piracy, and you get a budget of the Minister of State over $20 million. You want them to lead? Housing, what there for that?
Money follows plan. No, but listen. Money follows plan.
Sir, let me finish. Forget the plan. I ain't like bro without work. They'll put all the plan together so Gaffa will eat that money before you get to them. Let's stop this. Let's apply. The people you said the people want to lead where? They want to lead. It should begin with the president, the executive mansion. He should set that example. He should call for an emergency meeting right now tonight to address this issue. He's not. The president said that the people let it take it. We get tens of thousands of Liberians displayed in their own home. The president said we got to build our country and stop this thing. We'll go to Hotel Africa and take all the people from there because we're getting some kind of Nigerian investor coming with one of his nieces. The president of Bobler, don't let us go there. It's an embarrassment. The president he's fully aware. He knows exactly what is happening. Nobody will put it on the housing authority, Jacob. Nobody will put look. No. Ko Bangaru jail there today. They put them on the street sleeping. They say Ko Bangaru will put has to have a plan. Look at disaster management. They don't know who the director, who not the director, who in, who or nobody know. It starts with President Bouakai. Let's stop acting like President Bouakai can see. Let's stop acting like he can hear. It's embarrassment that your sister, your mother, your father, your next door neighbor sleeping on the rain tonight. Don't put on the president. If the president of these guys are not performing, fire them. Well, that's it. Remove them. What kind of president we have every day that are the president and the people he appointed? Who appointed them? Who appointed them? Who just made the appointment for Ko Bangaru to go ultra piracy?
You saying the same thing, I say yes in it differently.
No, I say the president, you won't call the president, you don't fire them. Let the president fire them.
I agree with that one, 100%. 100%.
That on $1.2 billion budget and cannot intervene in these things. Gaffa must go. Gaffa anyway, he will not go because the man said the man said the revising harmonization with all the law being the law. What kind of nonsense is that? I mean, our country needs a serious leader. No political party business. Someone that speak and the people, the people around the president don't listen to him. They don't even regard him as President Jacob. People don't regard him. They put move on and say, okay, because they know the people will forget the next day. So they won't regard him as president. They don't make a talk, man. Go and hear some of the conversation these people are having. They have serious cabinet meeting and move on that. Then boy say that, but who said that? He said, Mr. President, you said it yesterday. Oh, I said it. They get no respect for President Bouakai. And people that should be close to the president to guide the gatekeepers, they are exploiting because they know that the president Albo can reach in Clarendon. This is embarrassment, folks. As we march towards 2029, we will be brutally truthful. We're telling everyone the truth. We're not playing game. Let me ask you a question while we close on this. And people will get very with me because I'm kind of different now. I'm a new creation. I'm a brand new man. Old things have passed away. I've been born again, more than a conqueror. How do I am? I'm a new creation. I'm a brand new man. For me, you know that song. You know that song. You know it for me. Unmute yourself and sing with us. The people need to hear the truth. Be born and transformed in water by means of the Holy Ghost. And when the Holy Ghost upon you, you tell the Liberian people the truth that to proclaim. That's the scripture. Let's stop playing around. Every day, that President Bwaka, 10 million, that President Bwaka, like Graceman. No, that President Bwaka. Because what did he do? 84 million yellow machine, that President Bwaka. That Mamaka, no, that President Bwaka. Not Mamaka. Now you get with me. Is a Mamaka, what President Bwaka in fire Mamaka? Remove your fanatic over, no. That President Bwaka, that the lawmaker, then no. That President Bwaka wanted Rejekun. Should we go ahead? You're willing to tell the Liberian people the truth. The people being displayed, not President Bwaka, no. President Bwaka ain't here, but yeah. You know, let me go ahead because you know what? I was on the show, I took maybe 3 minutes break and I ate my okra sauce. So maybe a kicking in now, Jacob. A kicking in. Fry okay today. A kicking in. Yeah, man. How can we come here? People say
So I think you go do.
I tell you, I came from work, I was so hungry, I had to eat. But to be frank though, anybody like President Bwaka telling you you lie, you're a bloody liar. It's the president. The president can change Liberia for the better part, but the president will allow us to go through this nightmare for the next 3 years. And then come 2029, they remove him. Then everybody that wanted the president will say, we told the president he didn't listen. That's what they are doing right now. Gafwan had a meeting this morning. Let me tell you guys. After we blasted at Gafwan last night, he had a meeting this morning. What I said last night, Gafwan sent it to me. He texted me. I woke up and I saw my phone. Gafwan texted me, and I respect him. I replied to his text. I did. I don't hate Gafwan. I'm not saying what he sent me, but I replied to Gafwan text. I'm not reading the text. I don't hate Gafwan, but I think Gafwan can set a lasting legacy. Jacob, I think he should do the right thing. Even if Unity Party fire him, he should be an honorable man being dismissed. And these are the people President Bwaka have near him, brought close in his cycle. And these are the people that lie to the president. If Unity Party continue on this track, and you have opposition unity with the CDC, with Mr. Cummings, Musa Belete, Clarence Moluba, Simon Freeman, and you have them coming together, Unity Party will be history. Make no mistake, nobody will doubt it. The people are angry. Jacob, do you think these people that have been displaced and kicked out of their homes and their home broken down, you think they will vote for Unity Party?
Oh no, I mean they would think very, very hard, you know, before casting a ballot for the UPR. That would be strange to see that happen. I mean, I don't think they will, especially given the way the government has responded in such a very cold fashion. And I see that the chairman of the Unity Party is smelling the coffee. You see the statement he issued, you know, walking with his both legs open on the matter, you know, oh yeah, this is wrong. For we stand with this is wrong. What's happening to these people? We stand with the representative, but at the same time, it's a legal matter. I mean, the Unity Party is a ruling government, so you have to be able to influence policy within the government to take the action that is required to people. So I understand the chairman of the party, the president is on the executive committee or so. I don't know how the structure of the party is. He can drive and go to the home of the president or the office of the president or chairman of the party and say, Mr. President, we have something going on in the community. Thousands of people are displaced. This is almost looking like 1990, God forbid. This is a situation on the ground, and with the government, you can influence policy from that angle. And I know he's also head of the board at MPA. MPA then now contributing to the budget. They have a lot of cash sitting down there. Can they do something from the CSR perspective? You know, and all these entities, LPRC, can they do something with CSR, LTA, you know, corporate social responsibility? What's their intervention? So he can influence. He can, you know, I think the party chairman is playing games with us. Yeah, playing games with people's life. You know, you can issue statement. Oh, we think people are going through distress. We stand by the representative. At the same time, you run the government. There's a unity party-led government, and the chairman is a major policy actor. You know, he can influence. You know, the executive machine can influence government to act. The government have access to all of the resources required to make the intervention. And how can you talk about, you know, our political leader Musa Belete and other people needing to intervene? Yes, we could look into that. You know, Mr. Belete just supported our healthcare project today, $36,000. He's committed to pave the street leading to the hospital. I think it's a 75-bedroom hospital to provide relief for people. You know, and he's been providing some support. But that aside, the government has, like Fubi said, 100% responsibility, not 99%, not 98%, not 95%, 100% responsibility. You know, to intervene and try to.
So you say like this, there will be no way, Jacob, sorry, there will be no way that these people support Unity Party. We are talking about over, you know, 36 to 46,000 of them. They are displayed. If you open the line, ask them, where have you been? The NTA community, the 72nd community, the Africa community, Peace Island community, Capital Junction community, Satan community. Dr. Richardson, do you think these people will support Unity Party come 2029? Majority of them? Or any of them?
Well, I said this before already, Stanton, that the president should look into, you know, being a humanitarian and, you know, work towards finding housing for these people. Because if we want to talk politics here, you know, it's about votes, it's about people. So we can bring politics into this matter. But, you know, like I said, it affects all of us, every single one of us. And the law, like we often say, the law is the law, but the law also exists in context. And the context is a human factor, a human story. The context is Liberia is a complex country that came out of war, and we never addressed some of our complex issues, like land, you know, like mental health. We never did adequately. So these things are repeating itself. It's an ongoing problem, and we really have to sit down. Our country is an imperialist country. Our government, by nature, by history, is imperialist. And so the government has a regime speaker, and the government also is able to implement a $10,000 project in FOIA. The government has reported to us that it have had revenues, you know, for the first time. They said a historical revenue, even though we know that is not the first time. Okay, so why can't our president, and it's kind of scary what you just said. I was just kind of listening to you from a mental health perspective, that the president is forgetting when he says stuff that people have to tell you, oh yeah, what you said, and then he agrees to them. That's kind of, you know, very scary to hear you say that. All right, but I don't know what you know. The president should call others. The president should call all of his lieutenants, whether it's gender, whether it's disaster management, whether it's refugee services, internal displacement services, and get these people. They should have an immediate meeting, as we are saying right now, and discuss this matter so they can come to a logical conclusion, a conclusion that will take into consideration how will my action affect the people of Liberia? How will my action support us politically? Because it is we can, as we say, we can't divorce ourselves from the political intricacy of this problem. There's no way. Even, I mean, there's kitchen politics. There's politics in marriages at home. Okay, so yeah, I think really that the president needs to get involved. He should use his executive power, his regime speaker, and everything. So when I hear other coming to say, you know, that this is not a government issue, it is. Isn't it as the judicial branch a part of government? So I don't know. It's confusing to me. So yes, that's what I add. I saw you shaking your head. I don't know what you were shaking.
No. Well, I'm shaking my head because what you say making a lot of sense. When people come on and say, it's not, the president is not a government issue. I'm going to play what Daniel Santos said. That's why I'm shaking my head. It's like, where these guys from? Where are they from? Where are they from? Emmanuel, I mean, before bringing Kev Hassan, let's close up on the story. What's going on?
Now, I hate to always agree with you because people tend to think that, oh, I agree with you all the time. I'm not. I'm making a logical point here. So just to add that, but you do make sense sometimes. Sometimes you do make sense.
No, Stanton, let me conclude.
No matter way, I have to respond to your question.
No, you don't have to respond.
No matter way. Wait.
You don't have to respond.
Richardson, they're doing it because we're on TV. That's what she says sometimes. Sometimes I do make sense, and Richardson, I always make sense here. And you know that.
Right.
You know that because the fact remains is that I'm not afraid, Dr. Richardson. If you're not afraid, you're bold, you speak truth to power.
I have to give that. I have to give you a lot of
We
credit.
got to stop being afraid as though they will chase us. I was speaking to Councilor Good. Councilor Good, I can come on the show. I said, Councilor, what you say in the back, that's not what you say on the show. He said, I'm in America, in Liberia. I said, what does that mean? I said, what does that mean, Councilor? And, I'm not going to tell you his answer.
Still, I have to share this quick story, and I hope you don't mind. I think
that's part of our problem in Liberia. That's big part of the problem. I see my friends, they talk all the talk. I said, but why you don't talk in the public? If more people speak out, change will come sooner. But they whisper, they talk in the parties, they talk in small circles. When you're put in a position of leadership, you always have an opportunity to be an agent of change. Otherwise, development will be painful and slow. I get so tired of people talking about the ills of the government in private, but they don't say it in the public. And it's so messed up. Say, oh no, fire, lose your job, but lose your job and gain freedom and gain innovation and gain transformation so our country can move forward. Lose your job so you can get respect, so you can get a place in history. Don't be a sycophant. You come in the public, in the private, if people ain't doing the correct thing, but you part of the people and you say nothing. Speak truth to power.
So Dr. Brooklyn, let me ask you, what are you doing?
George coming in though.
Oh, okay. No, I just want to ask you.
I just share this quick story, and then to just tell you how unfiltered you are and how you tend to speak the truth no matter what. So I was having a conversation one time with Cynthia, and he burped. And all of us on this show, if you burp, the natural thing to do is to say, excuse me, right? So I was like, Stanton, you just burped. You're not going to say, excuse me. He said, why? He asked me why. And I said, because we're racist. He said, just because you're racist, say, excuse me, does that mean that I should conform to how you are racist? Say, excuse me. So I think that is a good example.
No, I mean, it's just me. I drink coffee and burp.
Your own beat, the rest of the world, yes.
I mean, people gotta be straightforward. When it comes to commies, beat on commies when commies wrong. Beat on Joe Ware when Joe Ware is wrong. But yet and still, do not be afraid of them. I beat on Musa Belete all the time. We have heated argument all the time. So what? Joseph Boakai a man. Joseph Boakai can make a mistake. Joseph Boakai brought wrong people in the government, folks. And these people, they are the problem Joseph Boakai is faced with today. And if he chooses to keep them, year number 3, without any changes, and let's get to it. Major change coming. What the president did. Send Kula crowd over there and remove Kobangalu. That a major change there? That the people that was supporting the government there, 2 of them, to make us sweep and swap? Because this is a joke. The president needs to reform this government. This cannot give him another chance 2029. When you have someone like Mr. Cummings that knows too much, that's speaking with authority and power, that given the chance as president or vice president, he will have one of the greatest impact. When you have Musa Benete that knows street, that know the surrounding, that nobody will call him, he will have greater impact. Simon Freeman, Clavis Moduba, find them, know them. I'm hearing about everybody coming to their own political party. But when this group come together under one umbrella, Unity Party is done. Make no mistake. All the yelling, the defending, the clarifying, nothing, yama, you hearing nothing good coming from them. They are all hustlers. Look at a bunch of them. You grab them, you put them in jail tomorrow, they say that wish on. You are not contributing as an SOE to the government. Only you and Joseph Boaga know why you're not contributing. Maybe instead Papela know about it. That the people then, the gatekeeper, then know about it, you're chopping the money. The people are displaying in their own home. You know, hear the press secretary Kula Fufana saying, fine. The minister of information, you can't even find him. The deputy can there and say the government know nothing about it. No intervention. I like what Dr. Bupla say. You are the chairman of the board of Freeport. What are you doing as a party chairman? To come and get sweet up? The people will flock Unity Party if they do not change. Change in attitude, change in policy, change in the way in which the people's lives should be better. They will remove Unity Party. Make no mistake, listen, they can cause all they want to cause. They can go in every child room and read. That's someone that time they tired of every child room because people just crumb. People just used to it. That jobs. People used to it. You see someone that tapping, you know that they hustle. Someone that said they will have their own show. No, they will not have their own show. They will do their own part. It's all the hustle. But the Liberian people get the minds made up. I know this song from Bible study. I got my mind made up, and I won't turn back. Because I want to see my Jesus someday. I got my mind made up, and I won't turn back. Because I want to see my Jesus someday. And that's what happened. People want to see 2029. They will be happy with the ballot in the hand. They will be celebrating and say, this is the day I will speak and the world will hear me. Unity Party must transform the country. They got but limited time. And if anybody think, Dr. George, the alternative is to steal the election, or wreck the election, so help me God. Because we're not happy. The people will speak. Dr. George, come and help me out. I don't want to do the talking alone. But we are seeing this thing. The people, they are so, I don't know what's going on. I know that demon, that when they get in power, they forget that they were poor, they were suffering. They get security, they get men with arms guarding them, so they feel superior. These are difficult times in our country. Is the president listening to the people, the crowd of the migrant women? Dr. George, man, Dr. George.
Yes, Stanton. Yeah, a wonderful conversation, and I'm also excited for those who say it's private property that people have to be evacuated. Again, I will start when Tobo was president. He built 5 major low-income estates, 5, and established a national housing authority. President Salif, 1. President Weah, 2, I think Grand Cru, Sano. Now, when we had the Civil War, standing for the Civil War, I could stop on Broad Street and walk on Broad Street. I will be stopped several times. Then Franks will go into condo. That restaurant used to be on Broad Street. We hang up, we would walk. But after the Civil War in 1992, I walked that same Broad Street. Nobody knew my name. I will return. And that's what happened. There's a lot of people during our civil crisis who have come to Monrovia, to Monserrado County. Many of us who grew up and went to school in the 80s, in the 70s, we went to either St. Patrick or Cathedral, B.W. Harris, Harris. We all went we played basketball games together. We knew each other. But now there are more schools in Monrovia than ever before. That even students don't even interact with one another in that place. That shows the population explosion. The population, Monrovia was built for 500,000 people. We have 1.5 million people in Montserrado County today. It is that explosion that is causing squatters to be in various places. That's point number one you need to understand. Point number two, this government, in the President's State of the Republic address, the annual message, stated that it created 70,000 jobs. When we did an analysis according to Mr. Money, the 70,000 jobs that he counted was Shushan Ball, no beginning at saying penny chip, the beginning and no beyond that saying chip, penny chip or JFK there when you drive in the evening, the boy in the center of the hawkers there saying penny. That was what he counted. So please tell me, those 70,000 people, according to Mo Ali definition, how many of them are making income to rent house in Monrovia that costs between $50 a month to $150 to up to the highest in Montserrat County? It's minimal. And that's why we should understand this. It's the responsibility of government first. And then we had a mayor, I would never forget this mayor from Lofa County, who stated that his salary per month was $60 per month. So even our minimum income, we have an official of government that is being paid below the minimum income, which should be $100 in Liberia. So that's the challenge we have. So government is the responsibility of government to increase the minimum wage, as my political leader, Mr. Alexander Benedict Cummings would state, to between $300 and $500. It's the responsibility of government to make sure that we are creating 100,000 jobs per year so that more people can be employed. Once we have that, people will be able to rent houses. But it's also the responsibility of government to build low-income houses because our government was doing it in the past. This is not magic. This is not a new science. It was done by William Alfred Tupper. President Doe built two. It can be done again so that our people can have place to live. Stand on that picture you show of that lady. I know many of you are looking at the lady, but there is another thing in that picture that caught my attention. Do you know the coat part over there is tied with chain and lock on the bed? It should be within the midst of her being homeless. She's also showing a sign of insecurity. The coat part is locked to the bed. This is government responsibility, and no one in government should shy away from it. The people who are struggling are our citizens. Stanton, a few years ago, I had the opportunity of going to Dubai. On my flight, on my way to South Korea, we had to spend 7 hours in Dubai. One thing that I learned quickly in that country was that when the president saw that money was coming to the country, he removed most of the people, the original citizens of Dubai are fishermen. He removed them from the fishing enclave and he built modern houses for them. And then took them back to those, paid them when he took them away, and then paid them when he took them back into those modern houses. In fact, it was the first you can go to a bus stop and it's fully air conditioned. Why is it we can't do it in our own country? We have a budget of $1.2 million, but there is nothing in our budget about increasing low-income housing. There's nothing in the budget about increasing the salary of government workers. We must take our country serious because that's the only country many of us have. I will end on this note. A friend of mine long time said this. He said, if you think you are in government and you are enjoying and your children are doing well today, your children will suffer for what you're doing today. So you should create an environment so that everyone can be pulled up together so that your children will not be the one to pay for the consequences of your actions today. Let us build a better, vibrant Liberia. And that's why I believe in Mr. Cummings, and that's why I believe the Liberian people will understand. Thank you.
The reason why we hold on to a topic and continue with that topic because of these things, for it to sing in people's head. I'm going to step over for a minute because I got to upload this. We're going to welcome the former Minister of State under the George Manawea government, but he's walking around, so let's take him off before he gets himself in a situation. And I'm going to bring this up real quick to talk about this. The transport ministry guys, right? They say they have the right to do lesson plate and other stuff, but guess what happened? They had to go to court fighting against LTMI. Then you ask yourself, what's going on? They had a meeting with the president, and I mean, I hate to do this though, but it's just not adding up. Seriously, who's in charge of our country? I know people are going to get very with me. When I ask this question, I'm coming from a place, and I want us to discuss that. Then I want us to discuss the feeding program. The president spoke about feeding program. You know how much money out there in every country, and the person that got the contract with non-competitive bidding, they just give the contract to the person. I'm gonna say it today. They just grab the contract. Contract going to that one person called Joe Mobile. Who is Joe Mobile from Monsoon Group? How much? This one it will shake the nation. It will. Is this government serious? So I'm going to step away for a minute. I got to upload all this thing, and I want to say to all of you, it's time for us to have some serious talk. It is. It's just time for us. I don't know. Somebody send me the picture. Who the person? I've been asking. I say I'm going to announce who this person. Who is this lady? Somebody send me the picture. They say I'm gonna put it up and recognize this person as a lawmaker. Who is she? Can anybody help me? I don't know this person. Fubi, you know who is this?
As my new campaign consultant.
Ellen from Magibi.
Oh, Representative Ellen Atowule. Oh. They say she's flawless. I don't know what you mean flawless. Let me tell you people one picture. I swear that of Brooklyn laughing. I don't even know she's from that of Brooklyn County. Ellen Atowule, yeah. No, man, somebody just sent it to me. I don't know. They said send a shout out to her. I didn't know that's her. I know her, but man, that Labra woman is so. But man, Emmanuel started laughing. The woman is beautiful.
Get up to date with your history. Don't you know the lawmakers in New Jersey? You know the ones here too.
But Nigerian women are extremely beautiful.
Man, is this a lawmaker?
That Wayfair Russell campaign consultant.
Man, the woman is gorgeous. Whoo! Man, before we start looking, man, let me take a more picture of that. But if I beg you, I gotta get this stuff and upload them. I want to say that'll book, just hold it down, right? You and that Richard say. And we are talking about this, so it's in the chat room. What's happening with the LTMI, the Winfred Russell Fairway Company, and the Ministry of Transport? They are fighting about who have the authority to issue lesson plates and other things in the country. And what the government doing about it? Let me take a quick.
All right, so I think Stanton step away for a minute, but the issue is already before us, right? And this is not a new issue. You know, Ministry of Transport versus the contractor service. And I spoke on the matter some time ago. I reserved my comments, but let's hear from the team. You know, the transport minister, you know, I met with him some time ago, about a month now, and we decided to talk about stuff they want to do and the things he's trying to do. And back then I said, you know, I took a position. The guy said, we shouldn't contract out everything. Something as important as license plates and driver's license, those are things we can do. They do need for outsourcing, especially if we're going to outsource to non-Liberians. And it seems like the minister is trying to stand his ground. So let's hear from the crew. It's back in the news. It was in the newspaper yesterday. Now it's going to the court. So let's hear from you, Doc. What says you, Dr. Richardson? Minister said they have the right to do this work, and the government shouldn't give it out. They are the ones who have that mandate, and they have the ability. They're trying to make the case. What do you say?
I believe that many of you will side with me that this is a security issue as well as leadership issue. Let's start with the security issue first. As you said, Dr. Brubler, how are we going to take such an important thing like, licensing and license plate and then give it to a foreigner, okay, someone who may not know or have the best interest or be as patriotic as, like born Liberians. Now, I'm not against a foreign company running this, but I think we should be able to do it through the right channel. We have a Ministry of Transportation. Why isn't the Ministry of Transportation organizing and orchestrating the licensing and whatever that is involved with transportation? Why is the executive branch getting involved in another way, where is giving the whole contract to another company that is not even a Liberian company? Those are my questions that I have. Leadership is speaking about that. The Ministry of Agriculture is taking a stand, which is, again, I like his leadership stand. But again, I will really appreciate if someone in this executive branch should come on and I mean, it's even past glory now, because they did come on and they didn't do anything before. Now I think they are making stronger decisions as to we're going to get the Ministry of Transport involved. But in the past, I think they were just going to let two organizations operate. I've seen on social media, I've seen 2 license plates being issued, one from the private company and one from, I don't know how true it is. Of course, I got to validate my sources on that. But one from the Ministry of Transport. How can we have a country where 2 license plates are being issued? And our government, who should be on top of this, have fell asleep on us, my people. That's all I have to add. Thank you.
So yeah, thank you, Doc. So, I'm gonna call Dr. George in a second, but those are also who've lived in the U.S. and still live there. When you're trying to bring a worker in, okay, one of the questions to ask you is there no citizen who can do this work? Because I want to bring Yakba from Liberia to work in my IT company. They ask you the question. Now, of course, as an employer, you answer the best of your ability, depending on what you're really trying to accomplish. But the point I want to make is this: they prioritize their citizens first. Every developed country, developer do just that. And I agree with you, Doc Richardson. There's nothing wrong with non-Liberians being here and there in business. We were non-Liberian in other people's country, and we have opportunities too. But you cannot constantly just push your citizen to the side. I will tell you this, though, and Dr. George is going to chime in. I'll tell you, one of the things that have emerged in the post-war era is this whole 10% contracting, outsourcing. People rush to support these things because they get a little cut from it, and most times even at the detriment of their own citizens, and it needs to stop. Dr. George, let's hear you.
First of all, we may need to spend some time to research to know who the owners are. When they started operating Liberia, why were they given a license or whatsoever to operate? Are they operating by law? Because Ministry of Transport have always been the legal entity to issue driver license and vehicle license in Liberia. So what were the thoughts of government when, or whosoever that brought this private company into being? Now that they are in court, that's the first, I think, is a good step that they in court so the court system can adjudicate this matter. But it's concerning that you have a private entity that was formed license, and they seems to be fighting with the Ministry of Transport. I think that's the same thing we're witnessing with this port decentralization bill, where people wake up overnight and bring in companies without having consultations with other institutions that carry out the same function, the same duty. And I agree with the rest of the panelists. It's time for us to take Liberians seriously. We have to really make sure that Liberians are in charge. Well, This is our data we're giving out to for a foreign entity to do our driver's license. There are a lot of security implication that is involved in this. So hopefully the court will be able to go through this matter as fast as possible. And I think the Constitution, the laws of the Republic of Liberia give the Ministry of Transport the first priority in the issuance of vehicle and driver's license. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. George. And it's more than just security matters. It's also economics. It's also jobs. You're taking jobs from Liberians, and you're encouraging capital flight. Because remember now, we got our Black people only clause in our Constitution. So if the man can buy land, he can become citizen. You have encouraging, you have licensed him to send money to Lebanon or to wherever else. See, so that's why you prioritize your citizen, so our money can bounce around here. Money can bounce around here. It's important. Fubi, what do you say? Let's hear you, Fubi.
Yeah, so I've always been against the whole LTMR operation. So Dr. George, to your point, whether they are operating legally, I think there was something that was passed by law, or it being in conflict with the Ministry of Transport. So the Transport Ministry, I think they are hearing upon that same thing, the Justice Minister and all those guys. And there were several protest actions that even took place at the Transport Ministry, and government didn't seize the matter to put it under control. I think there were now you have the two entities fighting for legitimacy now. So since they couldn't be decided by the government, so they taking matters into their hands. And the Transport Ministry say, I have the authority to. LTMR say by law also we have the authority to, because we were also granted. We're also passing the law by the legislature and the president. And so you have this kind of conflict, and Liberia should be a serious country, and we shouldn't be having this kind of conflicts happening. If you don't want to honor the LTMI stuff, shut them down and revoke the contract that are giving them, and get the lawmakers to amend it, and ensure that Transport Ministry maintains or role that she's been playing by the act that created the ministry. So you cannot have two entities side by side creating conflict in the public on the issuance of driver licenses, the issuance of license plates, and other vehicle and traffic regulations. This is unacceptable. I don't think that we should be having this kind of discussion. I've been against the whole LTMI. I don't think we should have them subcontracting Transport Ministry function. I don't think they should even exist. The Transport Ministry should run her show, and you cannot be giving these Lebanese guys all the leverage that they keep having and running. Make use of the staff, and that the people said, right, it has economic impact. And you saw a lot of the employees from Transport Ministry were protesting and making all the issues about they will be thrown out of jobs once this thing happen. And the government didn't manage it well, and that's my dissatisfaction. I don't think you should allow to even reach to this stage. Be bold and say, look, we will temporarily put you to halt until we go through the ratification process to cancel this. Or if you want to get Transport Ministry off the hook, say Transport Ministry, from today onward, Mr. President, give a directive and say, look, you guys stand down, let these guys run the show and absorb those Liberians that have been laid off from Transport Ministry into the new entity. So the government needed to manage it well and not to reach to this stage where you have everybody trying to show power.
Thank you, Fubi. Thank you. Let's hear from the erudite gentleman from Minnesota. Winfrey, what says you on this matter? Unmute yourself, Winfrey. Unmute yourself.
Well, thanks. I know we've discussed this issue before, and you know, and it comes back again. But when folks are on, you know, the different sides of the issue, and people are always, I mean, sadly, that's how the country operates. They think that if you come and you try to speak to what you know and what you experience, that, oh, that man, you're getting consultants, oh, he getting this, getting that, you know. But I have some trusted friends working in there, in government, who I trust, and they have no reason to lie or give me any sort of false information. So most time when I'm speaking on issues pertaining to Liberia National Police, it's not from Gregory Coleman or his deputies. It's mainly from people who are rank and file folks on the front line doing their work. But when you see that, people come and they start, you know, attacking you, and because you're not saying what they would like you to hear, you know. But there's a reason why this came along, and I'm one of those who are not going to be, you know, Dr. You know, I wrote an article about that, Dr. Brookplay. We have a serious problem with capital flight. I agree with the whole Negro clause. That's a whole different conversation that I think is partly responsible for that. We are in America, and it's because of these liberal immigration policies that we have here, and this sort of inclusive policies, is what, you know, all of us are thriving in here. I've spoken about the dominance, the economic dominance of the Liberian immigrant community just in Brooklyn Park alone, or within this metro. It's because we've been embraced, we've been supported, and all of that. And so for me, it's not a matter of, yeah, I agree that we should build local capacity. So it's not a matter of, is a Lebanese running it or this person, you know. For me, it's like, you know, who can do the job, you know, and the competence and all of that. From what folks there have told me who are working on the front line, the status quo there at the time, and the folks who were producing the licenses and doing the stuff, they were doing a terrible job. So this stuff came about because, again, of the sheer number of incompetence that we have all around government. It's not just this government, but several other governments that necessitated the bringing about of this consultancy. And I do agree with you, Fubi, because if the lawmakers need to step up, and, you know, this sort of laziness. So if you pass a law, you know, or through, you created an entity. If you're trying to take power away from that entity and subcontract it or give it out to another entity, then you need to come back and do another law to cancel that function. So you don't have this sort of competition or the sort of clash that we see happening now. So for an example, after 9/11 here in America, and many of you already know about this, the US created this massive bureaucracy, the Department of Homeland Security, and brought in all of the different security, you know, agencies and institutions all under one umbrella. But then what they did then, so they created this new entity, and all of those different organizations and different groups and agencies that they brought under the Department of Homeland and Security, and they had some competing functions. They went in there and redid the law and you know, and cancel that, you know, those functions. So we just have one firm, direct, consistent function that the Department of Homeland Security is going to be performing. So you can have the FBI there doing something else. This other group, the national, what's it called?
National Security. National Security?
National Security Agency. You know, so you have all these different functions. So they streamline all of that. And I think that's what we need to do here in Liberia. You know, because you cannot have two entities performing two functions. I mean, the same function, because statutorily, the Ministry of Transportation is supposed to be producing, license plates. So if you're going to take it away from them, then you need to create a law that would nullify that provision in the statute pertaining to Ministry of Transport. And but from what I heard was that they went to court, the Supreme Court ruled, or the Justice Department, they gave an opinion, and everything had been turned over to the LTM. And they are functioning optimally, Dr. Brooklet. I mean, they're doing a fabulous job. The guys the police officers and others who are working with them talk about how, I mean, it's like night and day what is produced at the Ministry of Transport versus what is produced at this LTM, at this entity. So it's like night and day. You saw Gregory Coleman the other day on some bicycles and all of that. And they launched this bicycle patrol. They were there too. The LTM, they were training Liberians, to providing, vehicles, they were providing supplies, they're doing a lot of stuff, helping the police to enforce the law. So, I mean, so there was a lot of different, stuff that's going on that is positive about this deal. And so if the government came down and said, this is the direction we're going to go in, why is the minister then going, the other way around? So I tend to understand where Stanton is coming from, that who is in control of the government. Because the government cannot come down with a ruling and say, okay, we're going to take these functions away from you. We're going to subcontract it with this entity. And then the minister come back and, and start pushing back and fighting and, and all of that. So, I mean, it's creating a lot of chaos, in the country. But one of the things that we have to understand, folks, is that this did not come about just by accident. It was because those people were poorly performing. Not Gregory Coleman, I've not spoken to Gregory Coleman about this, but line officers who are dealing with motorists and dealing with licenses and all of that, they will tell you that working with the LTM folks, I'm talking about some officers who from here, from the US, who are there, and others who are going there to visit. It's like night and day. It's night and day. So, I mean, does that make it right? But I think the point that Fubi raised, I'd like to join him in agreeing that I think that will be part of the solution. That if the government is going to come up with a new entity, then whatever other authority that was part of the Ministry of Transport, they need to do another law to take that away from them, or whatever. But some way, somehow, they need to remedy that. I think there's still a lot of work for the Ministry of Transport to do. There's still a lot of work for the Ministry of Transport to do. If you go around the country, we don't even have signs up there. What are some of the policies talking about signs? What are some of the policies talking about multimodal transportation system? I mean, what are some of the transportation policies that they were coming up with? So, but the government definitely needs to come out and speak to this, because I mean, it's causing a lot of confusion among motorists, among citizens, and we cannot have this, and we should not have this.
No, but Wilfred, there have been several controversies, and Fubi is here. There have been issues. Even I've asked that the Liberian, the LMI or deal be revoked. The House of Representatives have also reprimanded them. And I think in July last year, the House of Representatives gave full authority back to the Ministry of Transport. So it's not only the challenge between the LMI and the Ministry of Transport, they also have challenges with the House of Representatives. And it's mind-boggling since they're the one passed the concession deal agreement anyway. But I think they are torn. And again, it's the same thing we're having with this post-decentralization bill, when full consultation, same it appears, full consultation did not take place here. And that's why we have this confusion. Phoebe, you have any point you want to speak on that?
Yeah, so the lawmakers cannot just work on and say they disagree with the act. They have to formally pass it and repeal the existing law. So they can't just say, because they have people protesting, they come out and say, okay, this is our direction. No, they don't have that. That's not how it is done. So they have to sit, review it, and formally make the amendment or repeal the act and send it to the president for approval and sign it to get it printed into a handbill. So they can't just disagree, or just write recommendations to the president and say X, Y, Z. That's not how it's done. So they're all part of the confusion. So they need to go back and do what is right and do it rightly, so that we cannot have this kind of confusion. They had several public hearings. They had the transport minister was there, the justice minister was there, and they all didn't agree on the same point. And right within during the public hearing, the president minister was clear on the very position, in the same position he's taking today. So they need to give marching order. Like I said, the president can also give a marching order. If he'll temporarily put a halt to whatever agency that's supposed to run it, he has that mandate to do a temporary, stay on it while they go through the court process or the lawmakers having time to repeal. He needs to do that. But they can't just leave it and say the lawmakers spoke and they gave recommendations, that they don't have that mandate to do so.
Yeah. But with regard to your point, do you think saying that there was night and day between the operations of the Ministry of Transport and the operations of LMR, as a responsible government, there should have been some level of training or some level of accountability at the Ministry of Transport, instead of strapping the Ministry of Transport from its legal authority to issue a driver license, or allow the Ministry of Transport to, instead of concession D rather, don't you think it would have been preferable that you allow the Ministry of Transport to decide if they want to subcontract that arm of their activity to a contractor, instead of passing a whole concession bill and instituting an entire new entity to conduct such business?
I agree with you, Dr. George. I'm not sure what informed this whole agreement of setting this up, but I do know that it was not done by this current Unity Party administration. My understanding is that this started from the previous Unity Party administration under President Sirleaf. That is my understanding. So all I was just saying is that something may have contributed to why they decided, you call it corruption, you could call it whatever, I don't know, but clearly there was something that contributed to the decision, that led to the decision to take that function away from the Ministry of Transport and to outsource it. And from what I'm hearing, I mean, people can say whatever they want to say, and I see some people writing some crazy stuff. I work here in America. Yeah, I work here in America. I work for the government. I do not get a dime. I don't need a dime. I'm not requesting for a dime or anything. All of my support and advocacy and assistance to the Liberian National Police is strictly based on my connection here. And I've said this multiple times, and I'll say it again. When you are, as we all know, in America, and in most Western countries, but I can speak for the US, the police, law enforcement, especially the police are under the jurisdiction of the city council. So because I serve on the city council, we had to hire the police chief. We funded the police department. We did all of that. So I know a thing or two about, and most politicians, as you know, Emmanuel, running in this country, one of the things that you see will be constant, and the platform is crime prevention, is public safety. So law enforcement is a big part of it. Even the seat I'm running for now, public safety is part of my my platform. But in any case, I'm just trying to tell folks why I know a thing or two about public safety, law enforcement, and the importance of it. So I don't get anything. I'm not asking for anything. What I'm sharing with you all is just based on how close I am to the issue and some of the folks who are working on the field and what they have shared with me. And I have been there. I have been to LTM. I have seen the products. I have seen what they were doing and all of that. And so, but you're right, Dr. George. I do agree with you, and I do agree with this, the part that Phoebe is saying saying too as well. This is we shouldn't be where we are now. This stuff should have been taken care of a long time ago. So why it's still is dragging on, and everybody wants to play politics, and everybody wants to pretend, or some of these lawmakers want to pretend like they're doing right by the people when they are not. There may be money being exchanging hands here and there, because the guy who had the contract said he had, I think it was Yoboti or whatever, he had X number of years. So the whole stuff is just so messy. But it is not by accident that we are where we are, because you have a lot of incompetence throughout the system. And I mean, this is something that's supposed to be a no-brainer, but sadly it's not. You're muted, Doc.
Okay. Yeah. Phoebe, did you start from the beginning? I don't know who is in studio. We have 2 minutes to 7 o'clock. I don't know if Yakasi, can you come on so that we can start wrapping up? Yakasi? Yeah, but you see, again, I think, Phoebe, to come to you, I think, I mean, if you have an act that have been passed, right? I think it's 2018, and it did not come into effect until last year, so the year before last, 2024. So it's not only the challenge to the executive, but it's also a challenge to the legislature. How can you pass something into law and yet then still you have challenge for what you pass into law? You are condemning it. I mean, it's a new government, but it came into effect 2024. You are condemning it, but what are you doing to change the situation? Then why did we outsource this to a company when there was a Liberian company that is actually doing the job right now? I know Russell is talking about how they call it, substandard, but I mean, I don't think the current Liberian license that we see on the vehicles are substandard. And I don't think the Liberian driver's license that I have, I don't think that is substandard. It's difficult to get at times, but I don't think it's substandard. What's your opinion on that, Phoebe?
Yeah, so for the issue of John Yoboti, I think maybe that one are just politics, because that CDC man was the Unity Party. So you have those kind of politics being played. So, but you're right. The lawmakers have their part to play. They shouldn't be just laying back and condemning and joining the public. They are the lawmakers. They make the law. They have to review the law. They have to correct the law. They have to do all the amendments where they think the law has issue. They have the mandate by the Constitution and the votes that gave them the power to sit in there to decide the next course of action. So if you pass a law, or your colleagues, your predecessor passed a law that you met, and you're not okay with it, amend the law. You have the power to do so. You can't ignore it and say you buying the public settlement, we're against it. No, you can't say you're against it. You're against it, go and vote against it. That's the process. So put it on the floor, review the existing laws, make the amendment you want to make, and take a vote. And send it to the president and say, Mr. President, this is our position. Then the president now be under obligation to veto Senate by, you got an overriding power to override it as well. But you can't leave it hanging and the Senate write a whole list of recommendations and send to the president. No, you shouldn't be writing recommendations for the president. Repeal the law if you don't agree with it. Amend the law if you don't agree with it. Don't write recommendations to the president. The recommendation should be a new passage of the act and say, Mr. President, this is our position as the legislature. Go and change it and stop the whole confusion. You can't be creating confusion in the public. And the president now should to take decisive action because they both, LTMA and the Ministry of Transport, they are under his jurisdiction. So if there's a confusion of them, the lawmakers not playing a role, he should take action to also decide, look, this is the direction we are going.
So let me ask you, Dr. George, because I know here, for example, like, you know, I know we're in a developed country, and you know the processes here are different. Even though we like to say sometimes we're model after the U.S., but I mean it is like not even night and day. I don't even know. There's just no comparison, right? But our driver licenses here, they were out. They were not produced by the department. They were not produced by the by the Department of Transport, for example. At least in this state, it's not done by the Department of Transport or the Ministry of the Department of Transport, as we call it here, right? And to clarify to some of the folks who have been making some comments, the Liberia National Police is not in charge of producing licenses. I mean, they're not. They were just, when you see those officers there, I think part of the concession agreement is for them to train some of the folks from the Ministry of Transport and to also build the capacity of some of these police officers that are working with them. And so part of their social corporate responsibility, they provided bicycles and motorcycles to the Liberia National Police. But the Liberia National Police, as far as I know, do not have anything to do with the production of license plates and driver's license. So just to be clear, so Fubi is right. It is between LTM and the Ministry of Transport, and the government needs to come in and especially the president, and make a decisive remedy to this whole problem. But Dr. George, the question I had to ask you, I don't know in your state, but I mean here it is, you know, I mean the Department of Transport to deal with some big, because we have huge transportation network. I mean, there are some folks who have argued, but that's a whole separate conversation that we probably don't even need a Ministry of Transport, you know. But you know, it is what it is. I mean, but now that we are here, besides producing driver's, licenses and license plates, Fubi, you probably know this too as well. What else does the Ministry of Transport in Liberia, what else does it do as part of the official, mandate by statute? Are they building bike plans? Are they designing bike paths and bike, and multi, rail? I mean, because there's new rail, plan that is coming up to do National Rail Authority. I mean, do they have something to do with that? I mean, it would be good to have some transportation vehicles on those rail corridors. The one from Bong Mines, the one from Bumming, the one from Yekipa, and to help to ease the transportation, of transporting goods and services. I mean, what else do they do?
They got a lot of regulatory role that they play also, even with the seaport, the airport, the rails. They got a lot of regulatory roles that they play with all these people. Although these agencies, they got their own act, but the Transport Ministry also got some regulatory role that they play with these different entities because they all fall under transport, to an extent. So they got a lot of. Well, I don't have all the details, but they got regulatory roles that they play with these entities.
So the airport, Spriggs Field Airport and all of these small inland and regional airports, including RIA, they are all subsumed within the Ministry of Transport, right? I mean, that's okay. Yeah, I mean that's how it is set up here too. The Department of Transport, you have all of those, but they're doing a lot more than just, they don't produce license plates. Yeah, I mean, but they do have they have the real, subsumed within the Department of Transport here. They have airports, all of that, they investigate accidents, like major highway, accident, airplane accident, as you know. I mean, it's all under transport. They regulate these trucks, and they regulate trucks and they regulate the weigh station, Emmanuel, because you can't put a certain tonnage, the weight of a particular truck on certain roads. If you go to some of these small community roads that the government are building, I mean, you see trucks are plying on those roads. They damage those roads, like what is in Cardwell, all these different places. I mean, so I'm just curious as to what else do they do, because I see they've been fighting for this license plate production, because that's where the money is. People are paying money. This is where they were getting the car. I mean, so we gotta talk about all of this stuff. So but anyways.
Yes, that we stop with it for Yakasi to come, so we can close down. I'm trying to get him on the phone, but look, Wilfred, I don't know about other states. I live in Texas for a while. I know the state of Texas operate like a country, and because of the way Texas became part of the union, they came as a country into the union. The only state in the U.S. that is allowed to fly the flag, the Texas flag, full staff and all those things. But in Texas, there's a Department of Public Safety. They're responsible for all these transportation things and what to work around. But we have here, Stanton is here. Okay, we have Stanton here, so we can start closing. I couldn't get here.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I had the folks here working at the house, so I had to see them out. They were leaving. Yeah, since 6 a.m. this morning, been working hard.
Are you sure you want to go find something to eat because the hunger will kill you?
No, I ate one on the show. No, I ate one. They're leaving. We had a HVAC issue, and they were addressing the HVAC, and so I had to come back quick, but we good. I heard that you guys had a great show. I see Conor Gray in the back. The mighty corner, the retired corner, Aaron Gray. But I think you guys had a wonderful show, man.
Conor Gray, I didn't see you at the caucus last night. Did you attend your caucus?
Last night I didn't go out.
Oh, you didn't go out, okay.
Yeah.
Conor Gray saying go out, you're breaking your.
It was.
I'm not eligible to vote.
Where we went to Park Center High School for this district, it was at Park Center High School, and there were a lot of people who showed up. And they happened the last time when Stanton had that information on Spoon. People came from all walks of life to come to Brooklyn Park, even though they don't live in Brooklyn Park. So if you're not in this district, you cannot register as a delegate. So, and the last time we had bad weather. This time around last night, the weather was pretty good. We had a huge turnout. And there were still some people who were turned away because they.
But I thought I heard you were saying that people with green card could show up, and I asked.
Yes.
They said no because you don't want to go participate in a contest when you're not supposed to. Then ICE showing up at your door. So I asked the person no.
Who did you ask?
Electioneering are only for citizens of the United States.
Who did you ask? Who did you talk to?
No, I asked a state official.
No, but then they don't. So this process is not a government process. That's part of what I tried to explain. So the 4 steps, 2 of those 4 steps, 2 of them are party driven. So it's the Democratic Party driven. It's Unity Party, CDC, ANC. It's party driven. It's not government. The primary and the general election in November, you have to be that's government driven. So the party can decide who will participate in their selection process. So whoever gives that information.
You know that same thing the big boss of this country been talking. He say non-citizens have been voting. So
but they were not voting in Conor Gray. Okay. It was not. They were not voting. They were there. Okay, all of us here, all of the panelists here. So if we were to show up to support me or any other candidate, when you get in the room, all of the rooms are divided up into precincts. You only sign up, say, I agree, Conor Bremen Gray, I agree to be a delegate for Winfred Russell during the convention in March. So that's all you're doing. You're not voting. You are more or less signing up to either be a delegate during the convention or an alternate during the convention. Does that make sense? Because those people are going to vote it's a party-driven process. So whether it's ANC or UP, you vote in the UP during the UP convention, and you decide, so, okay, we want this person to be to get our endorsement or get the endorsement. I think you guys tried to do that, or they tried to do that during the CPP process, and the whole thing fell apart. You know, that was part of what they did. So that's what it is, Conor Gray. So you're not voting.
Because sometimes those are the processes. The gentleman up there asking for now, I want to see the names on those kinds of roster. Well, anyway, I just could not.
So whoever told you that they don't know how the process works. I mean, because I personally, my relative who don't have a green card and is just resident participated, no problem. I mean, so that, you know, so I know there were a lot of attorneys there, black, white, all. That's how it is, because you're not voting. You're not voting in federal. It's not controlled by the government. It's controlled by the party.
Okay, so we want to say again, thank you guys. Yekezi, can you come on? I believe you guys had a wonderful time.
But I thought Stanton, you were posting some of our pictures, all the convention.
We do have the picture. I'm trying to post it. I've been working on it all day. I don't know what's going on. They are not uploaded.
Yeah, because there's a special person who took a picture last night and said that you have sent them there. And I don't want to call the name of the person because I don't want to put you in situation. Even though you put people in situation, I don't want to put you in situation that you
somebody called me and they said that, oh, I'm at a convention. But why do you say you want us to explain? We can talk it though.
Look out!
No, wait, don't yell. No, on a serious note, right? It's not funny. I meant to ask you. They said the Liberians are fighting amongst themselves. That you and this guy not getting along. Is that true, Russell?
That's not true, Stanton.
Like you supporting another lady and he's supporting someone else. So when they reached out to me last night, they sent me videos and everything. I said, are you serious? He said, yeah. You said, you call him, by the way. You said, can we take a picture? The guy said he's on the phone. He's not taking a picture. Is that you? I was at the program. I wait a video, Emmanuel. When they called me, they said, look at Emmanuel Russell is calling this guy. And he refused to take a picture with Russell. I said, is he a Liberian? They say, yes. I'm not calling his name. So they have this conversation, right? They say, you supporting another lady, an American lady, and he's supporting a Kenyan lady. So therefore, the Liberian vote is split. But if you guys come together, you can win Brooklyn Park any day. So these guys are saying that's the problem. Can you help us understand? Is that true, Russell?
No, it is not true. So there is some. Okay, so not to get all complicated, you know, it is difficult to explain it in a soundbite. But at the state level, at least in this state, and every state is sort of different. So at the state level, we have Senate districts, right? At the national level, the federal level, you have 2 senators per state. At the national level, at the state level, you have Senate districts. So the Senate district for our area here, that was the caucus we held last night, Conor Gray. So that's for Senate District 38. So this area, not all of Brooklyn Park. So the part of Brooklyn Park that I live in, and majority of Liberians who live in the state of Minnesota live within Senate District 38. Okay, you guys following? So that's Senate District 38, like all of the other Senate districts, where you live, Conor Gray, where, all over the state, each Senate district has 2 representatives. So this Senate district is Senate District 38, so that we have a representative for Senate District 38A, okay, and then 38B. Does that make sense? So, so I'm running for one of the representative positions within that Senate district. Senate District B, the incumbent there is an Asian lady out in Brooklyn Center, right? So within the Senate District 38, you have city council seats, you have school board seats, you have, representatives, you had a bunch of seats. So there were 3 Liberians, there were 5 Liberians in total who are running for office in Minnesota. At least as of now, I know of 5 of them. One of them is in Brooklyn Park. He lives in Brooklyn Park, but he's not in Senate District 38, the part of Brooklyn Park that constitutes Senate District 38. So he's running for city council in the eastern side of the city. Okay. So he didn't go to that caucus because he doesn't fall within the Senate District 38. So he went to his own caucus on the other side. The other Liberian who is running, he's running for the Senate too. His name is Yakasa Wei. He's running in a suburb of St. Paul, the capital city of the state of Minnesota. So then you are left with 3 Liberians. So those 3 Liberians are running in Senate District 38, and we are all running for 3 different seats, Stanton. So you can go there, Conor Gray or whoever, if you live in this district, you can vote for all 3 of us. No sweat, no problem, no confusion, nothing. So folks who are telling you that, they don't know what they were talking about, sadly, with all due respect. So one person of Liberian descent is running for city council in the West District. That's the seat I held. The other one is running for the House in 38A. That's Winfred Russell. And then the gentleman picture you just posted, he's running for the Senate. So there were 3 of us, so you can go. So this gentleman is running for the Senate, okay, to be a senator. So I'm running for representative. So senator and representative are 2 different positions, even though we're all in the same district. So you can go out there as a Liberian. If you wanted to just support a candidate of Liberian descent, you can go out there and support that candidate without any problem, without causing any problem. Okay. You have questions?
So I just confused even more. The more you explain, the more I get confused.
Okay. Dr. John, are you confused? Conor Gray, are you confused?
The more you explain, the more I get confused. I want to put a picture up, but the picture not going. Let me ask you, who do you support for the Senate race?
So for the Senate race, I'm supporting Susan Parr.
That's a Haitian lady, right? The Asian lady.
Yes. Okay. We serve on the city council together. So one of the things is that folks have.
But let me ask you the question. Don't explain plenty. Why not this Liberian guy?
Because he started to support. So this lady here is the lady who is the current office holder. That's who he is.
Wilfred, I would have said no.
Wait, Colonel Gray. Otherwise, sometimes you can be in the bar with
I would have said,
Colonel Gray, sometimes you're in the bar, we don't bring you on. Way back. Let's tell the truth about. But Winfred.
This is complicated, my man. Winfred.
Colonel Gray. Let's get to the bottom of this. This is a Liberia. Who is this person he's standing in the photo with?
That's a lady of Kenyan descent who currently represent District 38A, where majority of Liberians live.
Okay, so he's supporting this lady, correct? Right, Brother Russell?
Yeah.
Okay, are you supporting this lady?
No, I'm challenging her. I'm running against her.
Good. So you're running to unseat her, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Why a Liberian man not supporting your own Liberian man? Why he's not supporting you?
I don't know. I mean, he has the right and the choice to support whoever he wants to support, and I have the right and choice to support whoever I am supporting. So he decided to support my opponent, the lady who I'm running against, who I lost to by 48 votes, and the lady. The Asian lady came to this lady because they serve on the they serve in the legislature together, and the lady, she said, "Look, I cannot support Winfred, even though I know Winfred will serve in the council together. He's my friend, but I'm going to, I'm going to support this lady who you are trying to challenge." But when she went to the lady said, "No, I'm not going to support you. I'm going to support." I'm going to support Nehemiah, and so the lady then came to me. So since he decided to build alliances with Hulda and the current city mayor of Brooklyn Park, so we had no choice but to form alliances with other parties, with the Asian community and other community, because Stanton, the key is that. And guys, the key here is that you need to build alliances to win. Liberians only constitute 27% of the population here. So even though we are the largest Black group, we cannot win this all on our own. We need to build alliances with others. The Kenyan immigrant community in this part of Minnesota, in Brooklyn Park, is minuscule. So they feel too that they can come and try to reach out to other Liberians to build a relationship, to win over a Liberian. This lady moved from Brooklyn Center into Brooklyn Park, where the Liberians are in the majority, to win, and she defeated me by 48 votes. So now we're trying to re-strategize, and we're trying to build some other alliances. So since you're going to build alliances some other place, we decided to move forward and build some alliances. And the good thing is that we know her and we work with her, and so that's what we have going on. But the beauty is that
against the lady, right? Yes, it's a lady supporter, right?
Yes.
No,
but the beauty is that we are not running against each other. So
I think Winfred I think that's the point. If I were you, I would emphasize because you go into conversation that may not emphasize that you are supporting the Asian lady. You're not supporting her against this Liberian brother. He's running as for Senate seat in a totally different community, and this Asian lady does not have.
No, that's not so. That's not.
No, that's not it, Dr. George.
That's not it.
Is she running against the Liberian guy in the?
Yes.
The Liberian, she's the incumbent. The Liberian guy is challenging her. But what I'm trying to make clear to you all is that if, for example, you, Dr. George, came in here and you decided to vote, you can vote for all three candidates without conflict because we all are running in different races within this district.
So
yeah,
yes,
but I think the challenge that Stanton is getting to, if I'm not disturbed, how to call it, the challenge we get into is that you all are Liberians running there. You all should come to form your caucus, and you all should support each other in this process. I mean, everybody has someone they like. I think that's the point that people from Minnesota seems to be reporting to Stanton, and Stanton can say clearly what they have to do. But what I'm hearing and seeing is that you seems to be supporting someone against your Liberian brother, so your Liberian brother is also supporting someone against you. I think you all supposed to meet and have a caucus and decide, look, let's be like a Somali. I don't think if there was a Somali running over there, there would be a Somali supporting. I don't know, but they are one nation, so they speak the same language. The same thing with the Kenyans too, because I've been in and out of Kenyan community too. So I don't think they will split the vote amongst that candidate. That candidate now is splitting the vote amongst you Liberians, I think. And I think you guys should kind of go to a dinner one night to one of those very exclusive restaurant and have a conversation.
So the only, I agree with you, Dr. Joyce, but the only choice I was left with was that, okay, if my fellow Liberian decided to form an alliance with someone I'm running against, so I should, I mean, it's not about being the bigger person. You know, it's politics, right? So if you're going to form an alliance with someone else,
let me ask you a question. Let me interrupt you before Fubi comes in. Let me ask you a question. If this gentleman said, Winfred Russell, support me, I will support you, will you accept?
Not where we are now, Stanton. The train has left the station already. We said that we decided to do that. Is that why you cannot tell me who to be friends with? And they decided to form alliances with the current mayor, with all of those folks who and so the Asian lady, the picture with your friend there in the picture, she decided to come to us after the Kenyan lady rejected her offer. She's like, okay.
Who my friend? Who my friend in the picture?
The guy, man, we said.
No, I really don't know the guy. Seriously, let me put it up. Show me that, please. I beg you. This guy?
No, not this guy. No, the other picture.
This guy?
Yes.
I don't know him.
Okay.
Yeah, I say right now, I don't know him. I don't know who even sent me the picture. I really don't know who sent me this picture.
Stanton, let me remind you about this guy.
Yeah, please do.
Remember the guy in the last election that called and said Winfred does not come around?
Oh yeah,
in the old-time association.
Yes.
Winfred is I mean, this guy we say is a committed fan of Spoon, so he's always watching.
Exactly.
I mean, calls
send me the picture and say I'm here. Then you know there's a problem here. I say I was eating. I said, can you just send me the picture and video? He said I can't do video, but I will send you picture. This morning I opened my phone. I saw the picture. I don't know him, but my issue is that, right? These are Liberians, Fubi, that have come together like a wolf pack. They can kill the hyena in no second, and they get division. To be fair, I hope I can bring the other gentleman on the show and ask the question I'm asking our brother Russell. Why not you guys work this thing out? Why not you work together? For the
I wanted to chime in a little bit because not to spill too many of the beans. You can see there is division already, and the reason I was urging my brother now to explain things because it will blaze the fire, further. The fact about the matter, Nehemiah Garley. If anybody is friendly with Winfred, it will be Nehemiah Garley, the guy running on the other side. I mean, most of the campaign situations I've attended for Winfred either were held at this gentleman's house or somehow he was the backbone behind it. So sometimes in politics, you have to learn how to bite the bullet. We may not have the number, which is what Mr. Russell is insinuating, that we don't have the numbers as a community. While the other side has the number, the Asian side. But in my opinion, bite the bullet. I would have gone and placed my support for Nehemiah Garland. That's what I would have done. But again,
Colonel Gray, it says the guy did Nehemiah Garland.
Yes.
Is that Ashford Garland?
It's a cousin of Ashford Gurley, but Nehemiah Gurley.
Okay.
The Gurley is a prominent family from Granjide. Very prominent. I mean, their dad was somehow a mentor to me because I remember superintendent. So they're a big family. A lot of folks came from all over the place yesterday to be here. So this is one of those fine lines to work, I would say. And I hope, like Dr. George has recommended, meet at the restaurant, try to turn over the leaf. So that
I think it would be better. Let's bring in Fubi. Fubi, you from way a million miles away. So, what do you think, though? And I think this can be resolved. But if everyone have taken a position, then well, the Bible says, on a serious note, a city cannot stand on its own when there's division. We cannot succeed if this division stay within us. And when the center cannot hold, things fall apart. And this center is not holding, Fubi.
Yeah, so for me, my point, like Mr. Russell said, they are not competing against each other, though they got different candidates they support at different levels. So Liberians now within their districts should know that they are not competing against each other. So you can still go and vote for all your Liberian brothers on the tickets, their individual tickets. The other national can vote for the different candidate of their choices. So they have that option. So there's not that they are voting for a ticket to say if you vote for Russell, you must vote for the Asian lady. If you vote for Gali, you must vote for the Kenyan lady. If you vote for the other guy, you must vote for the other person. So all Liberians are not competing against each other. So once you fall within their district, you should have that leverage, that freedom to vote for all of them once they're on the ticket. So they have that option. So I think that they should look at it from that angle instead of trying to look at it from the division angle. Because if you are contesting and somebody already say, look, I can support you or support your opponent, you can't kill yourself. you gotta form alliance. And I can't blame Mr. Russell for forming an alliance with the Asian, because the Asian lady also want to try to allow the other lady to push her away. And she said, look, okay, I will go for your opponent.
But it doesn't work like that, Fubi.
But that's the situation. That's the situation right now. So they have to deal with it.
So Russell and his team, right? They are supporting the Asian lady. Russell telling his people, please vote for the Asian lady. This lady, please vote for her. You get Mr. Gali and his team saying, please don't vote. But go into the Liberian community and say, don't vote for Russell. Vote for this lady. She got my support. So it's about the campaigning and telling people, say, don't vote for my brother from Liberia. Vote for someone else. And that's a scary thing. Russell, can we bring every one of you guys on the show? Can we bring all of you here? Let's talk to the Liberian people.
I sent you the people are calling that you open the line. So maybe some folks want to call.
Let me open the line. Let them call. If you have the Russell, is that something that you would entertain to bring all of you guys on? Brother Russell?
You know, at the end of the day, I mean, a lot of people know me. A lot of people see me. So they expect me, even though I'm just running for the House, but because I've been around politics for a while, so people expect me to lead. And as Fubi has said, and I've said this to you too, Stenton, we try to. We did the best we could, but if you are going behind and going around and forming alliances with others, especially someone who I'm running against, who I lost to by 48 votes, so we're trying to do things a little differently. Then I mean, what do you expect me to do? So I just sit there and look, and I'm not going out and telling folks, don't vote for the guy, vote for this person. I'm not doing that. But guess what? And you can call them and do your own investigation. That is what they've been doing. That is what he's been doing. So, hi Fubi, I'm running for the Senate, but ability, Winfrey. I say, yeah. Say, that guy not supporting me, eh? He's supporting the woman I'm running against, and it's not. That's when it's wrong. Right? And Kamati, I'm calling names. You can call Kamati and ask him, because Kamati had confronted him and said, no, since you've decided to form alliances and Winfrey get alliances with other folks, you're just run your race, like Fubi laid it out earlier. You can vote for whoever you want to vote for. But once you get in there and start telling folks, don't vote for Conor Gray, don't vote for that person, then that's a problem. And I'm too I'm going to say I'm too big for that. But but this is politics, right? This is politics. They can't be doing that to me, and I just sit there and say, "Oh, I'm a bigger person." No, it's not about that. So okay, but I still have a dignified way that we're going to move forward with it. My chances of winning. This is his first time coming into local politics. We cannot tell, and I cannot tell someone who to run against or what position to run for. But the way I was taught, we see here at the national level in DC, the first ever election that the gentleman won was to be president, right? When I came here, we got involved in so many different commissions, committees. We worked our way up. And then we eventually ran for city council. We won city council, blah, 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 blah. But you want to come from there, from not doing anything politically in the community and come to run for the Senate against an incumbent senator, the Asian community voting percentage is like 90-something%. Liberians voting, immigrant voting percentage is like 50-something%. So the Kenyans don't have the numbers in this district. Liberians do, Asians do, whites do. So obviously, the woman I'm running against, who happens to be Kenyan, is trying to come in our community. Is political.
So let's take some calls, Russell. You can see if you can hear us, come on the show, please. Your name and where you joining us from?
My name is Binta Berry. I live in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota.
Miss Binta, welcome to Spoon Talk.
Thank you so kindly. I am very disappointed and hurt that our community is so disconnected. When Russell ran against Hoda, I was introduced by Bernice. Bernice is running as a councilwoman as well in Brooklyn Park. We have Neil Meyer. We all went out to help. It was agreed upon, because of what been happening in our community. I did express to Neil Meyer, Bernice Davis, Kamati, Russell. I said we need to get together as Liberians. We are so disconnected. That is why we are not winning. Now, fast forward, Russell lost the representative seat to Hoda. And now I said, let's get together, call the elder, let's meet. Everybody express their intent, and we go for this as a community. Now we find ourselves again fighting among ourselves. Everyone is disconnected. Nehemiah is going with Hoda. Russell is with Senator Susan Park. Bernice is running as well in Brooklyn Park. So if we all get together, whatever vote Russell has, Bernice Davis will also win. Whatever vote Bernice has, Russell will. Nehemiah as well. He's in my district as well in Brooklyn Park. So this is where we find ourselves again. We are now united, and now we're going back to zero. So I was at the caucus last night. I was so confused because of what is happening. When can we get together as Liberians and love one another, put away our differences and hurt so that we can win? So much hatred, so much division, we need to stop, or else we are not going to win.
Thank you very much, Ms. Binta. The line is going crazy.
Thank you.
And someone out there called us Yekezi. Dr. George, what you're hearing though, this is, I think from a distance, somebody got to intervene here. You know, I don't know the leadership in Minnesota, but it's something. Let me take this one, Dr. George, who comes to you. Your name and where you joining us from? Your name and where are you joining us from, please? Your name and where you joining us from?
Oh, my name is Victor Smith, and I'm actually calling you from the States.
Yeah, Victor, talk to us, sir.
Yes, I would like to speak on two things. The first thing is, Winfrey is saying something about Ministry of Transport that he doesn't understand. And the issue in Liberia.
Let's go to the Minnesota. We're going to talk about Minnesota politics. Not Winfrey. Yeah, we have limited time, sir. Can you get to the Minnesota politics?
The Minnesota issue, Winfrey is speaking like he's entitled. And with this kind of attitude, the division will still remain. So I think I would suggest, as others have said, to get together and let them iron all the differences and go out there as Liberians and support each other. That would be my suggestion on that point.
And thank you very much. Guys, we're going to take a few more calls again because we have to go. I will try to see if I can bring in Mr. Gali and the rest of the team, that we can have this conversation with the Liberian people. Emmanuel, what you think? Because this is, I don't know, even this, to see this going to slip away because, you know, I don't know, but I think that this is going to slip away though. What do you think?
Well, what the both candidates are political is challenging, except it's something that I won't bring it on national radio to talk about it. If we can talk to them privately, but it's challenging because they both of them have pitched their camp. And we're right now that the Asian population vote at 90%, and Elijah, he pitched his camp there, and this gentleman have pitched his camp in the other thing. It's challenging, but I don't think the optics is not. We talk about optics all the time on this show. It's not good. I think we as Liberians have to put our arms around each other, even if the voting population of Liberians in Brooklyn Park is 2%, because I always confuse them, so I don't know whether it's Brooklyn Park or Brooklyn Center. But the last mayor of one of them, either Center or Park, the former mayor was a Liberian. And I was in
Center.
Yeah, August Center. The last mayor was a Liberian. And I was in Minnesota at the time of the canvassing. If his previous election, I think he lost by 4 votes. Then this election, Liberia rally around him, and what his name became.
Michael Elliott.
Michael Elliott. Liberians really rally around him, and he won that elections. So I think that if we rally Liberians, it will be work. The second thing in this equation that we need to think about is that, and I'm taking it from what Dr. Remy Gray said. So if Remy is right, I'm right. If he's wrong, I'm wrong. Is that the opposing candidate is from an ethnic group that seems to have some challenge with in the last couple of elections he have had. A group that also strongly support the CDC. And I think Russell, when I followed the last election, I think folks from the CDC actually pitched things in Brooklyn Park in order to thwart Russell's election the last time, because they felt that he was not supporting the party or other things. So this is a dynamics that I think he need to ready navigate.
Yeah.
Based on
But Russell came, you just said, but I would say this too. Let's end it here. Maybe we will try to intervene. I received a phone call and said Colonel Gray was right. We should end it, and discuss this better. But I still see a pathway here for that unity from the Liberian camp. We have the numbers. It can be the great thing. But I want to say to all, Russell, you have the last word, my friend. And we want to leave it here.
No, thanks, and thanks to all the callers and all of the concerns. Like we said, we will make this and right. We support. I mean, one of the things is that I was the first Black person, not African American, we are Afro-Caribbean, but the first Black person to get elected in this area. And the key is that, so when we opened that door, we left that door open, and the door continues to be open. So one of the things a lot of people don't know about me personally, and some of the things that I do, I don't come on here and talk, I sometimes tend to bring it up about all of what we do. But my community means a lot to me. I live in this district for almost 20 years, serving my Liberian people in so many different capacities. Whether I'm elected or not elected, I'm serving my community. Right now, I'm not an elected person, but it's not a day. I carry 3 cell phones in America, 3 cell phones with 4 different email accounts. People call me from all over the place because I'm cut out for service. I'm here to serve my folks. When people come from Liberia, they come here to reach out to me, and I provide whatever assistance I can provide to them, whether you're with the CDC, and I shared some pictures with Stanton yesterday about, we're talking about solar energy with Jefferson Koji. We're here, we brought him, work with him. We work with Patrick Suru, the police. I get pictures with him. But when people don't know you, and this current administration as well, President Boyka, many times, but when people don't know you personally, they will say, all kinds of things. It's unfortunate that we find ourselves in the position that we found ourselves in, but the way out is that no one is going against another Liberian candidate. Since I have been running, for me, some people say, oh, Russell, because I know what it's like to be at the table or to not be at the table. So whenever an opportunity comes, I put my name out. But if another Liberian were to come, I will embrace and support them and work with them like I've always have. Stanton knows Pastor Goba. Pastor Goba ran the last time. I had him here on the show. He ran twice. I recruited Pastor Goba. I worked with him. The Mike Elliott that you're talking about, Michael Elliott, he was inspired by my race, and he jumped in. We worked together. He became mayor and I became city council member. But that's just me. So I'm not here to tell people what position to run for or not to run for. But I mean, just the human in all of us, you know, at the end of the day, we're in it to win it. I'm not, you know, I'm not just getting in it to say, oh, I want to get my name out there. I'm in it to win it and want to support others who can get there. But if you go and form alliances with someone else, especially the person I'm running against, what do you expect me to do? So we got to form alliances, you know, to other places. It is what it is, unfortunately. But the good thing is that you can go out there as a Liberian if you want to just vote for a Liberian candidate and do that. But in order to win, we have to form and build alliances. And so that's why this time around we try to do things differently, because we lost by just 48 votes. But even that, if somebody else has stepped up and said, I want to run for this seat, it's not my power farm. I will step aside. But I do know that we need representation. Right now, with the situation we have in Minnesota, with ICE and all of that, we need leadership. Who are they calling? Who are they turning to? They're calling me because I'm one of the leaders here. I didn't tell them, say, you'll go and talk to those people you voted for. All of the other people you voted for, they're not there for you. They're not at your barbecue. They're not at your churches. I'm there. And I always will be there. So there's just, you know, this is what it is. But it's easy for people who don't understand the nuances of our political structure here to say all kinds of stuff they were saying. So I really appreciate you all listening. But we are not hurting each other. I don't go out there to badmouth anyone. If I said what I said was just to give you guys the context, to contextualize what is happening so you understand what is happening. But all of these, like I told you, there are 5 Liberians running. No one is running against another Liberian. We can door knock, we can and fundraise to provide whatever resources, because it's going to be very expensive. But let's help each other. If you want to see a Liberian in there, you can go there and do that. Even during
Let me
the
ask you a
caucus.
question. So during the caucus, right? Can Fubi go in there and caucus for you and Gali?
Yeah, you can go there and caucus, but because the whole thing is that you can so you put your name down. Like I said, you just register as a delegate. When y'all go to the convention, they're not going to be voting for those 3 positions at one time. So Fubi now is a delegate. So if you go to the convention, they will say, okay, it's now time for us to vote for who gets the endorsement for a city council person. So if a Liberian is there, Bernice Cooper is running for city council. When it's time to vote for the city council endorsement process, Fubi puts her hands up and supports her. When it comes time for the House of Rep endorsement process, Fubi puts her hands up, say, oh, I support Russell to get the endorsement. When it comes time for the Senate, Fubi puts her hands up again. I support, Nehemiah, for the Senate. And that's how it works. Even during the primary, even during the general election, because it will be on one ballot and those 3 names will be there. Senator, representative, city council, it will be there. You vote for all of them. There's nothing that's going to stop you from doing that.
Thank you. I think you well said. We want to say to all of you again, this is where we're going to leave it. We'll find time to speak to all of the Liberians in Minnesota who is running, bring them on the show and hear them. Give them the audience, give them the platform for them to make the case. It's important for us to say, man, we can do better when we stand together. We wish you guys well.
So Russell, yesterday you went unopposed, right?
No. Yesterday, the incumbent is also dead. Like I said, it was just so I need to get as many people there to register to be my delegate during the convention. So there are people who register to be delegate, like I said, to give the example with Phoebe, who could also vote for me to get the endorsement, vote for Nehemiah to get the endorsement, vote for Bernice to get the endorsement, because even though we're in the same district, but we're running for 3 distinct different positions. Does that make sense?
No, I was your position now. Your position you're running for.
Yeah, no, there was no other Liberian running against any Liberian.
No other contestant, period. In the Democratic caucus, there were no other contestant for your position.
Yes, there was.
Being like you on that.
No, the Kenyan lady. The lady of Kenya.
The incumbent. The incumbent.
Yes, the incumbent.
Okay. All right. So, but
that's not the thing, right? Directly, they are not running against each other, but indirectly, they are running against each other. Yeah. And that's the problem. But let's leave it there. Let's leave it there. And then, these are great men, people that love Brooklyn Park and want to help the community.
No, I like the point George struck. That demographic that is slipping away from you, there is need for unity. Election is not only one time. It might be in the future. You need to win that side on your right side. No matter what. I mean, we are one. Yeah, my brother. We'll leave it there. We'll leave it.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Yeah. So I would say this last part. I think the golden rule here should be, as we say back home, if you can't help the person, don't hurt them. Yeah. So we're not going there to say negative things about
somebody said Nehemiah tried calling me. I want to openly say, yes, Nehemiah, if you listen to me, please call right now before we leave the show. And we can bring you in studio and we want to hear you to see if we can find a solution. One farmer, Robert, says, Stanton, Nehemiah tried calling you to get inside. Nehemiah, again, I'm going to pause for a few seconds. If you listen to me, please call. We'd like to hear from you. Whatever you are, the number is 609-649-4206. If you listen to me, Nehemiah, we appreciate your call in before we leave. If not, we send an open invitation to you. Join us tomorrow. Russell will be here. Bring all those that that in this race from Liberia. Bring them on the show. Let's hear them and let's talk. I hope someone can text me Nehemiah number that I can call him. Likewise. Again, we are giving you a few seconds, Nehemiah. If you want to call, please call in. Or we can talk to you tomorrow.
They're great people, man.
Yeah. But I want to say, Conor Great, thank you. Emmanuel George, thank you. Brother Bonfer, also wish you guys luck. You can do it. You should do it. You must do it. And we hope that the devil will not be involved. Again, I believe the people is counting. You got Michael, Bobby. What Michael coming from? Bobby Boo. Long time, Michael. Man, I thought, seriously, Michael Boo. I told Michael Boo was sick in the hospital. Stop saying, text on our feed. You're going to get well with me. Yeah. And again, we wait to get Nehemiah.
The Basel president, how the hell be sick?
Well, Bobby Boo, Michael Boo.
Yeah, that the Basel people president there.
That man I can give me hard time. I just messing with him. So I said, I thought he was sick. The man can give me too much hard time. Okay, but I want to say we hope that Nehemiah, if not, we'll schedule later. Winfrey Russell, thank you, Chief. It's good having you, boss. Emmanuel George, thank you. Chief Phoebe, Franklin, Atman, Snow took the my grandfather farm. Henry. Eating plum on your public farm.
So the old man has several farms and he willed them to different kids. So the one that Snow has was for one of my uncles, and his children decided to sell.
Okay.
The children decided to sell putting on that farm to Snow. So nothing wrong with that.
So it was a red German plum on that farm. I have a cutting. The red German plum. I think this is Nehemiah. Yeah, hello, your name? Is this Nehemiah? All right, so he hung up. All right, so I want to say thanks to you, Chief Phoebe. Thanks to you, Michael Bobby Boo, man, for long, my man. I wish you well. I hope all is well. Look at Melvin Datu Howard. Melvin, long time, my man. Well, you guys, man, all the guys that coming up, Melvin, Michael. Then, Mr. Moore, we have a big show about Brooklyn Park. Maybe Brooklyn bringing the guys there up. Maybe they're part of it, right? Seriously. I hope that they can come on. Let's have a great show about the Liberians in Minnesota, man. That would be
you know, remember how just confirming that once he said that the Bassa people big man.
Oh, Michael Booth. Michael, all day they maybe give me hard time. Now you can't tell. I thought the last time I asked about him, I was talking to someone, and they said the man was sick. I said, oh, I hope they got about to leave also.
No, man.
They meant well, right?
Like all of us, we get pressure, we get small things, you know. My man.
No, but they said the man was sick. But Michael, since Glenny's taking all her tests, she get one last test. So Michael used to come to be on the show because of Glenny, you know that, right? Because of Glenny, Michael used to come spy on the show. Now Glenny's studying for a test, man. I feel like woman business too much.
Man, that man has a beautiful wife, my man.
No, but Glenny that is my brother in Christ. But notwithstanding though, we want to say thanks to all of you. It's good having you. Till we meet again, may God bless you, may God keep you, may God save our state. To all of you, we say have a wonderful evening. I guess thank you. Have a good night. Bye-bye for now.
And your boy riding the south. To get your information, to be got smooth I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell